Chapter 4620. Yes, it makes sense. What do you mean, Elder Hong? Lin Yi asked quickly. I think its problem may be in two aspects. Either this technology is not mature enough, or this business is too sensitive and hurts the core interests of some people, so it can only be stopped halfway. Other than this, I can't think of any other reason to stop this exclusive monopoly business. Hong Zhong speculated. Monopoly. This was something that almost all businessmen dreamed of. For this, there were many who would not hesitate to go on a killing spree. Which Chamber of Commerce would give up their monopolized business? Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. This central Chamber of Commerce that suddenly rose was too mysterious, especially the huge shadow behind it. Just thinking about it made people shudder. Capturing a large number of gold core stage masters for human experiments, how terrible this kind of organization was. The two were silent for a moment and did not continue this topic. Lin Yi turned to ask, by the way, Elder Hong, have you been to Zhongdao recently? Yes, I went there just last month. I specially went to Kai Zhongyang and Hou Guanqi and asked them to take me to Tiandan Pavilion. The business is really good. Hong Zhong looked at Lin Yi with a playful look. With his relationship with Lin Yi would certainly not hide the matter of Tiandan Pavilion from him. After all, he was a real ally who could be included in the category of his own people. Moreover, he had asked Hong Zhong to help send elixirs to Tiandan Pavilion. How are they? Lin Yi asked quickly. Them? You mean Kai Zhongyang and Hou Guanqi? Of course, they are still the same. Their tempers are not warm and hot, and they can't change for a lifetime. Hong Zhong deliberately laughed. Elder Hong, don't keep me guessing. You know I'm not talking about them, but them. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed and rubbed his hands. The saying, even heroes have a weakness for beauties is true. To think that Kai Zhongyang and Hou Guanqi specifically asked me to bring you a message, but you didn't care at all. You only care about your two confidants. If they find out about this, their expressions will definitely be very interesting. Hong Zhong said with a rare mischievous smile. Bring me a message? What news? Lin Yi was stunned. They told me to tell you. These 2 years, Master Zhang Liju hasn't been back at all. If he does, he'll send you a message immediately. Hong Zhong said. I know. It's rare for them to keep thinking about this. I have to thank them properly next time I go to Middle Island. Lin Yi nodded, not too disappointed. It was expected that Zhang Liju would disappear without a trace. But as long as he waited patiently, there would come a day when they would meet again. As for those two confidants of yours, I don't need to say much. You should read the letter yourself. Hong Zhong laughed and took out a letter from his sleeves. Evidently, it was Tian Chan and Sydney who asked him to bring it. Letter. Lin Yi quickly took it and couldn't help but ask curiously, then why didn't you give it to me together? I wanted to give it to you together, but who knew that you couldn't wait to read the letter before you snatched it? I didn't want to disturb you. Plus, that letter seemed more important and suspicious. If I gave it to you together, I was afraid you'd get confused. Hong Zhong shrugged. All right. Lin Yi opened the letter in front of him. It wasn't as full as the previous one. There were only 2 thin pages, and judging from the handwriting, it should be Tian Chan's. Everything is fine. This was the first sentence at the beginning of the letter. This was something Lin Yi had expected. After all, with the powerful Vice Master of Middle Island, the will of heaven, looking after them, as well as Kai Zhongyang and Hou Guanqi, whoever dared to mess with them wouldn't be able to live past the second day. Other things aside, at the very least, the name of Sky Executioner was still very popular in Najima. He was someone who could become a legend just like Zhang Liju, and his strength couldn't be measured with common sense. He could easily kill a profound ascension practitioner when he was at nascent soul. Who would dare mess with such a monster? Other than that, Tian Chan also talked about the current situation of Tiandan Pavilion in the letter. Originally, before Lin Yi went to Southern Continent. Because Lin Yi would send elixirs regularly, there was no shortage of all kinds of elixirs. The business had always been booming, but since Lin Yi went to Southern Continent, this supply was suddenly cut off. The entire Tiandan Pavilion could only rely on Tian Chan to support the elixirs alone, and business suddenly declined. This couldn't be helped. Although Tian Chan could also concoct elixirs, And the quality was not bad. No matter the quality or quantity, it couldn't be compared to Lin Yi, who had the pesticide cauldron. She could support Tiandan Pavilion alone, and this itself could be called a miracle. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel guilty when he saw this. He should have stocked up more elixirs before going to southern continent. In fact, he had already done so, but he only provided half a year's worth of elixirs. At that time, he never thought that he would be trapped in southern continent for so long. Not only was Lin Yi unlucky, but Tian Chan and the others also suffered. However, what made Lin Yi quite surprised was that although the business of Tiandan Pavilion had declined in the past year, it did not decline as much as he imagined. The daily turnover was still able to maintain about 60,000 spirit jades. This result was unexpected. Even if it was a lot less than the peak, it was still very exaggerated. After reading the whole letter, Lin Yi suddenly realized that there were actually two very key reasons why the daily turnover of Tiandan Pavilion could be maintained at 60,000 spirit jades. One was that Tian Chan and Sydney had good management skills. The two of them worked together. After Lin Yi's supply was cut off, Tian Chan's efforts ensured the source of elixirs for Tiandan Pavilion, while Sydney formulated a corresponding price increase strategy according to the situation that the best elixirs were getting less and less. The rarer a thing is, the greater its value. It was normal to raise the price of a supreme-grade pill no matter where it was. It was abnormal for Heavenly Dan Pavilion to sell it as a common product. Moreover, Xue Li's strategy was not only to raise the price, but also to limit the number of pills sold every day according to the last inventory. Only selling 3 best elixirs a day was a new gimmick that could attract people, and this had retained the popularity of Tiandan Pavilion to a large extent. However, just based on this point alone, he could at most guarantee that the Heavenly Dan Pavilion would not be destroyed. It was not realistic to maintain a daily income of 60,000. Hence, there was a second reason, and that was Wei Shenjin's care. Since Wei Shenjin joined Lin Yi, he would go to Tiandan Pavilion every 2 or 3 days. However, this was the result that the higher-ups of Snow Sword faction wanted. Chapter 46:21. They wanted to take this opportunity to express their goodwill to the will of heaven, so Wei Shenjin was not suspected. Instead, he was more important. Now he was the inner core deacon of Snow Sword sect. Although the position wasn't high, it was a very important springboard. Just like Kang Xiaoming in the North Island, after being the deacon of the Welcoming Pavilion for a while, he was now the deacon of the outer gate of the Soaring Pavilion. He had a lot of power. Although it was a position that Su Lingchong gave him, he still had a bright future. Wei Shenjin was the same. The position of inner core deacon was not very high, but he had the right to purchase in the inner core. Even if it was only a small part, it was definitely not a small business. There was no doubt that Wei Shenjin's elixirs were sold to Tiandan Pavilion. Anyway, Tiandan Pavilion had a small reputation now. They were fair in both quality and price. Even if others knew about it, they could not say anything. Because of this, Tiandan Pavilion's business could maintain at 60,000 a day. This was not the credit of one person, but the credit of Tian Chan, Sydney, Wei Shenjin, and everyone else, including the will of heaven. Lin Yi had planned to go to Middle Island as soon as possible. But now that he knew everything was fine, he was not worried anymore. The top priority was not to go to Middle Island, but to replenish the elixirs for Tian Chan and the others. He immediately turned to Hong Zhong and said, "Mr. Hong, I'm going to focus on refining a batch of elixirs these days. Please bring them to me through the channel of Hong's Chamber of Commerce." "No problem. Just say the word," Hong Zhong said straightforwardly. Although it was a little suspicious of him using public resources for his own personal use, as the vice president with real power, he had this power. Moreover, Lin Yi was the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. He was just borrowing the supply channel, no one could say anything. After chatting with Hong Zhong for a while, Lin Yi did not stay in Hong's Chamber of Commerce for long. After all, he had just returned to the North Island. In addition to meeting with his own people, he had to visit many other people in person. For example, Shanghai Tianhua. Strictly speaking, Lin Yi didn't have much interaction with Shangguan Tianhua, the sect master of the Soaring Pavilion. Aside from that meaningful roll call during the inter-sect competition, The only other reason was because of his relationship with Shangguan Lan. As a result, Lin Yi's relationship with Shangguan Tianhua was naturally closer than that of the other higher-ups. Of course, even if these were not mentioned, Lin Yi himself also admired Shanghai Tianhua very much. The strength of this top big shot in the North Island was not the only thing that made people look up to him. The key was his bearing, and his every move gave people a sense of majesty. No matter what kind of standpoint one stood in, one would unconsciously submit to such a character. The arrogant hall master of the law enforcement hall, Ram Jie, was always arrogant and disdainful no matter who he faced. However, he only looked at Shanghai Tianhua in a different light. This was probably the reason why. Most people were born ordinary, but there were very few people who were born to shine brightly. Lin Yi believed that Shanghai Tianhua must be the latter. Don't be fooled by the fact that this big boss was cultivating his character now, but when he was young, he must have been a legendary figure who was constantly being talked about. Early this morning, Shangguan Laner is practicing calligraphy with Shangguan Tianhua. Practicing calligraphy can calm the mind and also nourish the mind. This is the homework that Shangguan Tianhua arranged for her. Even if he didn't cultivate, he had to practice calligraphy for 2 hours every morning. This was something that couldn't be changed. Shangguan Laner did not resist this, although it was also boring. However, practicing calligraphy was still better than meditating and cultivating. Moreover, she seemed to be quite talented in this aspect. Even Shanghai Tianhua, who usually did not praise others, could not help but admire her. There were also words of praise for this. Little Lan, stop for a while. Shanghai Tianhua suddenly said. Grandpa, what's wrong? Shangguan Laner asked curiously. Did the sun rise from the west today, and he could stop practicing calligraphy? You go and make tea. There will be guests coming to visit later. Shanghai Tianhua smiled slightly. In addition to his outstanding talent in calligraphy, his granddaughter's talent in tea ceremony was also the best he had ever seen in his life. It could be said that she was good in everything, except that she didn't like to cultivate, which made people feel helpless. Oh, Wu Qing or Xing Nu? Shangguan Laner asked. With the status of Shanghai Tianhua, the spiritual tea that he took out was naturally the best spiritual tea that was rarely seen in the market. However, if one really paid attention to it, there was still a difference between the two. Wu Qing was slightly lower grade and was generally used to entertain the elders of the 3 great pavilions. As for Xing Nu, it had to be at least at the level of the pavilion master of the 3 great pavilions. Shangguan Tianhua continued to write as he said, take a bit of the tip. Who is it this time? Shanghai Laner was suddenly shocked. It was Grandpa's most precious spiritual tea. It took a lot of effort to collect a few taels. Usually, even he was reluctant to drink it. Only when relatives and friends occasionally came and chatted happily, he would be very stingy to take out a little. Even if it was a little more, he would be distressed. Today, he was even willing to take out the tea. What the hell was going on? Little Lan, you know this person. Shanghai Tianhua deliberately kept her in suspense. I know him. Shanghai Laner tilted her head and thought for a while. She guessed, is it Grandpa Hong? No, Grandpa, you have always given him Xing Nu's tea. Is it a big shot from the outer island? In Shangguan Laner's eyes, only Hong Zhong, her old friend of many years, was qualified to let her grandfather show his heart to her in the whole North Island. Even the pavilion masters of the other 2 pavilions didn't have this blessing. After thinking about it, she could only think of the big shots in the outer island. Shangguan Tianhua chuckled, but didn't explain. Shangguan Lan had no choice but to go brew some tea, puzzled. Nearly an hour later, someone outside suddenly activated the formation. When Shangguan Lan opened the door, her mind filled with confusion, she was instantly startled. Little junior brother, how could it be you? Shanghai Laner opened her eyes inconceivably and said with surprise. Ah! Lin Yi was shocked by her strange reaction and said in confusion, what's wrong? Is it strange that I come to visit Pavilion Master Shangguan? No, it's not strange at all. But Grandpa is very strange. Shanghai Laner's expression became more and more strange. What do you mean? Lin Yi could not help but be stunned. Well, I don't know. Shanghai Laner blinked. She suddenly thought that Grandpa might not have prepared the tea for Lin Yi. But since Lin Yi happened to be here, she must not let the goodies go to others. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. First, she gave the tea to Lin Yi to drink. As for the big shots from the outer island, she would think about it later. Shanghai Laner quickly pulled Lin Yi, who was confused, to the study and said to Shanghai Tianhua, "Grandpa, little junior brother is here to see you. I will go to serve you tea." Chapter 46:22. As he spoke, he winked at Lin Yi, and Shanghai Laner then left mysteriously, leaving Lin Yi, who was puzzled, and the little curly bear, who was hanging on him with ease, looked at each other. Disciple Lin Yi pays respect to Pavilion Master Shangguan. Lin Yi respectfully performed a disciple's salute to Shanghai Tianhua. Although he was a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion, and the other party was the Pavilion Master of Soaring Pavilion, the three pavilions of the North Island were one. Anyone who saw Shanghai Tianhua had to perform a disciple's salute. You've made a lot of progress after a trip to South Continent. Not bad. Shanghai Tianhua glanced at him, nodded slightly, and then said, "Come and look at my calligraphy. What do you think?" Lin Yi was a little surprised by Shanghai Tianhua's familiar attitude, and even somewhat flattered. However, he had seen a lot of things in South Continent this time, so he would not lose his composure. No matter how powerful Shanghai Tianhua was in the North Island, he was not stronger than the 5 poisons flood dragon and the giant electric eel, who were above the sea-splitting period. What's more, he was not hostile to him. Instead, he appreciated him a little. Lin Yi was so reserved because he respected him, not because he was afraid. Walking to the desk, Lin Yi was immediately attracted at first glance. What Shanghai Tianhua was writing at this time was the previous ancient tablet inscription. The content was extremely mysterious and profound. In addition, every word and every stroke on it contained the artistic conception of Shanghai Tianhua. A sense of ancient desolation came to his face, making him lose his mind unconsciously. Ordinary people might not understand it, but for people like Lin Yi, who had reached a certain realm and had an extremely strong comprehension ability, this piece of calligraphy was an extremely exquisite inheritance. If he could study and comprehend it for a long time, he might be able to comprehend some extremely exquisite martial techniques from it. I've long heard that Pavilion Master Shangguan's calligraphy is unparalleled in the world. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's truly an eye-opener, Lin Yi said sincerely. Hee, it's rare for you to compliment someone. Shanghai Tianhua smiled. No, I mean it. Lin Yi shook his head. Although he respected Shangguan Tianhua, with his personality, he wouldn't go around flattering others. Even the closest and most respected elders did not receive such treatment. This was due to their nature. All right, since you're speaking the truth as an elder, I have to show my gratitude. How about this? You can pick any piece of calligraphy in this study and take it away. Shanghai Tianhua said with a smile. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. The calligraphy was like the person. To some extent, being able to comprehend Shanghai Tianhua's calligraphy meant that he had the opportunity to steal from him. Of course, the premise was that his talent was high enough to be able to comprehend the essence of the concept. Although Lin Yi now had the 5 elements murderous aura in his hand, it was not a burden to have more skills. Moreover, his 5 elements murderous aura came from the 5 poison dragon. It could be used to kill enemies, but it was impossible to use it to improve his state of mind. A human trying to learn the state of mind of a beast was simply courting death. On the contrary, if he could learn something from Shanghai Tianhua, he would definitely benefit greatly in this aspect. The state of mind and strength were equally important. Especially at the nascent soul stage and above, the cultivation method gradually changed from the outside to the inside. The improvement of the state of mind was particularly important, and Shanghai Tianhua was obviously a powerhouse in this aspect. I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. This disciple will accept it respectfully. Since the other party had taken the initiative to propose, Lin Yi would not pretend to be polite to the other party. He immediately pointed to the ancient inscription on the desk that was only half copied and said, "Then I will take this one." "You have good taste." Shanghai Tianhua could not help but laugh, shook his head and said, This one is not good. It is to be given to someone else, and it is not finished yet. Forget it. Before you leave, ask little Lan Er to pick one for you. She is also an expert in this aspect. Yes, thank you, Pavilion Master Shangguan. Lin Yi nodded and thought that it was really right to come this time. Shanghai Tianhua's calligraphy could not be bought outside no matter how many spiritual jades there were. The fact that he offered to give one to him showed that he really did not treat him as an outsider. Lin Yi was right. Because of his relationship with Shanghai Laner, and because of his unprecedented super talent, Shanghai Tianhua did love talents. He once wanted to accept him as a personal disciple, but after thinking about it, he did not do so in the end. Instead, he followed Ramje's model and let him be. This was the most suitable training method for people like Lin Yi. There was no master and disciple in name, but in the eyes of Shanghai Tianhua, Lin Yi's status was not much lower than that of a personal disciple. This time, he took the initiative to give the calligraphy to Lin Yi was actually a disguised guidance. As for how much Lin Yi could benefit from his calligraphy, it was Lin Yi's own business. While the two were talking, Shanghai Laner had already prepared the spiritual tea. Shanghai Tianhua immediately brought Lin Yi to his specially designed tea room. The two sat opposite each other, while Shanghai Laner and Little Curly Bear each took a seat next to them. Lin Yi only sniffed it. Before he had time to take a sip, all the pores on his whole body suddenly opened up. He felt as if he had been baptized by nature. It was not that Lin Yi had never drunk good tea. In fact, since he was no longer short of spiritual jades, he had always kept all kinds of superior spiritual tea in the space of the jade pendant. It was mainly used to entertain friends. Most of them were expensive, and some even cost tens of thousands of spiritual jades. However, compared with the spiritual tea in his cup at this moment, his so-called superior spiritual tea was simply a straw. In the secular world, there was a saying that a sip of the bejeweled nectar could prolong one's life. Lin Yi had never heard of it. After all, this was a myth made up by people. But now he had to believe that there was really such a good thing in the world that could steal the fortune of heaven and earth. This is called dew tip. It is Grandpa's darling. You can't drink it anywhere else. Shanghai Laner looked at Lin Yi's intoxicated look and laughed. Shangguan Tianhua didn't say anything, just smiled. To Lin Yi, being able to drink tea was an extremely rare pleasure, and it was the same for him as well. Every time he drank tea, his mind would become extremely clear. Although it wasn't as clear as when he was in a state of sudden enlightenment, it was still a good thing. Lin Yi gently took a sip and closed his eyes for a long time. Then he slowly said, "The essence of this tea is really rare. Even if you taste it for a year and a half, you may not be able to fully understand it. It really is a rare good tea." You also dabbled in the tea ceremony? Shanghai Tianhua's eyes lit up when he heard this. It can't be said that I dabbled in it. I don't know how to boil tea, nor do I know how to taste tea. At most, I just gobble it up and waste it. Lin Yi laughed at himself. He had actually learned the tea ceremony before, but that was the tea of the secular world. It was completely different from the spiritual tea of the heavenly stage island. Chapter 46-23. Hee, it's not a waste to say that. You didn't drink this cup of tea in vain. Shangguan Tianhua smiled faintly, then said, "When I was young, I stumbled upon this tea in the depths of an ancient forest. After that, I traveled through all the famous mountains and great rivers of the heavenly tier island, but I didn't find any more. Only in that place would a little grow every few decades. Ever since I was young, I've tasted it, but I still haven't been able to fully appreciate its flavor. It's hard to find another tea like this in the world." "I see. In that case, I really came here today," Lin Yi said and took a small sip. It was really memorable. 3 people and 1 bear sat around the table and quietly tasted the tea. At this time, even the usually active little curly bear was very quiet. Although it didn't know the tea ceremony, it could distinguish the good from the bad. The dew-tip spirit tea that Shanghai Laner specially poured for it was enough for it to digest for a while. After a full hour, when the flavor of the dew-tip spirit tea gradually faded, Shanghai Tianhua finally said again, "Tell me about what happened in South Island." Lin Yi nodded and responded. In addition to etiquette, The main purpose of his visit to Shanghai Tianhua this time was to report what he had seen and heard in South Continent. Of course, this did not refer to the trivial experience he had told others before, but the two far-reaching events that might even affect the future situation of Heaven Stage Island. It was true that Lin Yi was a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion. In theory, no matter what happened, he should report to the higher-ups of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Unfortunately, he really didn't have a good impression of the higher-ups of Blue Cloud Pavilion. In particular, the number 1 residence was forcibly occupied, which had made most of the higher-ups of Blue Cloud Pavilion stand on the opposite side of him. In this case, if he still rushed to report to them, wasn't it shameful? On the other hand, Shanghai Tianhua, the master of Soaring Sky Pavilion, was like a half-teacher to Lin. At least, that was what the public thought. Moreover, Shanghai Tianhua treated him well. Moreover, in Lin Yi's opinion, this was also the top big shot who could best represent the North Island. The first thing is that there is a huge organization behind the Central Chamber of Commerce called the Center. They specialize in capturing gold core experts in the South Continent to conduct human experiments. Senior brother Liu Bianren and I were both captured by them, but I found an opportunity to escape. Lin Yi organized his words and said, "Yes, I already know about this. Liu Bianren has reported it before." Shanghai Tianhua nodded and muttered, "Whether it's the way this Central Chamber of Commerce rose to prominence or the ability to connect with the secular world, it's all because of this Central Chamber of Commerce. Both are very suspicious, but we still don't know its intentions. There are no signs of direct conflict, so we can only investigate in secret. Someone is already doing this, and I believe it's not just us. Other sects and forces are probably doing the same thing. Someone is doing it." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. If there was no accident, this task must have fallen on Ram Jie of the Law Enforcement Hall. Looking at the 3 pavilions of the North Island, except for the big shots at the pavilion master level, only the first person of the new generation could have the strength and means to explore the details of the center. The second thing, the spirit beasts of the South Island are ready to expand, or should be expanding already. They decided to include the surrounding sea area of the South Continent into their territory. All human cultivators have to pay taxes to them to ensure their safety, Lin Yi continued. Is there such a thing? Shanghai Tianhua's expression suddenly changed. What? Haven't you received this kind of tip-off before? Lin Yi couldn't help feeling a little strange. It had been at least half a year since he mistakenly broke into the Spirit Beast Conference. It was reasonable to say that they should have taken action long ago. Could it be that something happened inside the Spirit Beasts? No, there's no such news. However, although our 3 pavilions have also set up intelligence points in the South Continent Sea area, the distance is long after all, and the intelligence efficiency has always been low. If something really happens, it's not impossible for the intelligence points to be paralyzed for a while. Shanghai Tianhua frowned slightly, and then asked in confusion, "This is the internal secret of the spirit beasts, right? How do you know this news?" "I accidentally entered the hinterland of the South Island because I was chased by the old sect of Shishan. I happened to encounter them holding a spirit beast conference, so I accidentally heard this news. At that time, the crowd was excited, and all the spirit beasts were stirred up. If I'm not mistaken, they will definitely carry out this matter. It's just a matter of time," Lin Yi said firmly. "Well, since the disappearance of the Spirit Beast King, the Spirit Beasts have indeed been a little restless. Vermilion Bird should be the one in charge now, right?" Shanghai Tianhua asked. "That's right." Lin Yi nodded, but he did not go into further detail about the current situation of the Spirit Beasts. Firstly, it was not necessary at the moment, and secondly, it was the Spirit Beasts matter after all. He still had to consider the feelings of the ghost. Okay, although this matter can't be said to have any impact on the North Island for the time being, if the spirit beasts really do this, they won't be satisfied with this. When the time comes, they will definitely take further action. Just in case, we have to treat this matter carefully. On behalf of the 3 pavilions in the North Island, I will first record your merit." Shanghai Tianhua pondered. "You're too serious. No matter what, I'm still a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion. It's my duty to report these matters, so there's no merit to be said. Lin Yi shook his head. It's good that you have this awareness, but what should be yours will be yours. Shanghai Tianhua smiled indifferently and suddenly asked with interest, I heard from Little Lon, that you've already participated in the selection of the East Continent's Morning Star Academy in the South Continent, but you don't want to go. This time, seeing that Lin Yi's strength had been reborn, Shanghai Tianhua originally intended to recommend him to go to the East Continent. After all, after Ramjia, this was the disciple of the 3 pavilions that he was most optimistic about. In the end, he heard about this matter from Shanghai Lena. Lin Yi was slightly stunned, glanced at Shanghai Laner, and nodded. Well, I don't have this thought for the time being, but when the time comes, I will definitely go to the East Continent. Otherwise, I'll be a frog in a well. That's good. I thought you were the same as Ramjia, looking down on the East Continent like weeds. Shanghai Tianhua paused and said earnestly, although the academies in the East Continent are full of geniuses, the atmosphere in the academies is generally too impetuous. For people like you and Ramjia, it's not strange that you look down on those so-called geniuses. However, the East Continent is, after all, the pinnacle of the entire 5 major islands in the heaven stage. There are many experts, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. Young people should still have a chance to try their luck. Chapter 46-24. After reporting these 2 matters, Lin Yi had nothing else to say. They were either too trivial or related to his core secrets. Even though he had a good impression of Shangguan Tianhua, and even though he had a relationship with Shangguan Laner, their relationship was not close enough for him to confide in him. Novel seeing that Lin Yi did not continue to speak, Shangguan Tianhua did not ask more and immediately changed the topic. What do you think of the 3 pavilions of the North Island now? Lin Yi thought for a while and answered with 4 words, talented people are coming out in large numbers. You're not wrong. Since you joined the welcoming pavilion, there have been many outstanding people in the 3 pavilions in the past 2 years. Do you know that the old guys in the Elder Council have given you a code name? Shangguan Tianhua laughed. What code name? Lin Yi asked in surprise. The Golden Generation, Shangguan Tianhua said with a smile. Lin Yi was speechless. There was even a code name. The elders in the Elder Council were really free. Although it's exaggerated, it's not too outrageous. Your batch of newcomers is already very outstanding. In addition to you, Xiao Ran and Meng Tong are also not bad. Su Lingchong's strength just happened to improve by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years, so he is also the representative of your golden generation. There are also people like Yu Zhe who all look good. There's also someone called Ma Dang Chong, who has been very eye-catching recently. Do you think these people are qualified to be part of the golden generation? Shangguan Tianhua named one by one. The fact that he could remember the names of these people was already an affirmation of their strength. In the past, although 1 or 2 amazing people would appear from time to time in the 3 pavilions, there would never be a situation like this where all of a sudden, especially someone at Lin Yi's level. It was rare to see someone like this in hundreds of years. Read the full text. Because of the sudden emergence of the golden generation, most people were very optimistic about the prospects of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. When the golden generation really grew up, the 3 pavilions of the North Island would be revitalized again. Among these people, I only know about Xiao Ran's background. He was indeed a rare talent, and he had a well-developed hairstyle. As for the others, I don't know much about them. Maybe it's because of some kind of fortuitous encounter, but I always feel that their strength is a little strange. Lin Yi commented truthfully. Aren't you the same? Shangguan Tianhua couldn't help but laugh. It feels completely different when it's on me and when it's on someone else. Maybe it's just my imagination, Lin Yi said with a shrug. Shangguan Tianhua smiled non-committally. At this time, the taste of the tea had become extremely light. When drinking tea, one should know when to stop. Furthermore, he was obviously reluctant to reveal his heart again. This was his favorite. He immediately said to Shangguan Laner, Little Lon, take Lin Yi to the study and pick a piece of calligraphy. Shangguan Laner immediately pulled Lin Yi and ran into the study. A moment later, Lin Yi came out with a strange expression. He carried a long and exquisite scroll on his back. He bowed deeply to Shangguan Tianhua and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Master. This disciple will take his leave first. You can come often in the future. There aren't many people who can make this old man reveal his heart. You're one of them." Shangguan Tianhua nodded lightly. Then he added, "Of course, it's not every time. There aren't many of these left." "Yes, I have your words. This disciple will definitely not be polite with you." Lin Yi smiled, and then was easily sent out of the door by Shangguan Laner and little Curly Bear. When Shangguan Laner came back after sending Lin Yi off, Shangguan Tianhua saw her sneaky and guilty look. He immediately became suspicious and asked, "Little Lan, which piece of calligraphy did you choose for him?" "It's that mantra," Shangguan Laner said vaguely, avoiding his gaze. "What mantra? Grandpa has written more than a dozen mantras. Which one did you choose?" Shangguan Tianhua suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. "It's the one that gives people a headache." Shangguan Laner pouted. "Gives people a headache?" Shangguan Tianhua felt more and more uneasy. He suddenly trembled and said in shock, "Little Lan, you didn't give him the 10,000 words mantra, did you?" Shangguan Laner shrunk her neck and nodded. When Shangguan Tianhua heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "That's our Shangguan family's ancestral knowledge, not to mention a whole 10,000 words. Grandpa worked hard for an entire month to copy it down. You said yourself that you can choose as you wish from the study. You are the Soaring Sky Pavilion's Pavilion Master. You won't go back on your word, right?" Shangguan Laner muttered. "Go back on my word? How can I go back on my word when I've already given it away?" Shangguan Tianhua shook his head speechlessly. He could only shake his head and sigh, "AI, it's true that girls are extroverted. We haven't done anything yet, and you're already thinking of ways to trick your own grandfather." "When did I trick you?" Shangguan Laner suddenly blushed a little. She ran over and hugged Shangguan Tianhua's arm and said coquettishly, "Little junior brother isn't an outsider. It doesn't matter if I give him the 10,000 words mantra. He's not an outsider." Shangguan Tianhua rubbed his granddaughter's head and said with emotion, "To be honest, this child is really extraordinary. I thought he would be the next Ramjia. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated him after seeing him today. I regret not accepting him as a disciple. It's not too late now. Anyway, little junior brother hasn't formally become a disciple yet. Should I go and tell him now?" Shangguan Laner's eyes lit up. If Lin Yi could become her grandfather's disciple, their relationship would be even closer. Of course, she was happy to see it happen. "There's no need for that. I'm just saying. If Lin Yi really becomes my disciple, it won't be a good thing for him. At least, I can't help him reach the nascent soul stage in 2 years. The only thing I can do now is to give him some pointers." Shangguan Tianhua shook his head slightly. "That's right." "Oh, okay." Shangguan Laner couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and asked, "Grandfather, are you preparing this for little junior brother?" Shangguan Tianhua nodded. "Really? How could you be willing to let little junior brother drink the dew?" Shangguan Laner suddenly became more and more surprised. There were only a few people in the world who could make her grandfather take out the dew. No matter how she thought about it, she didn't think that little junior brother had this qualification. After all, even Ramjia had never received such treatment. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Since little Shangguan Laner is so eager to let him drink the dew, what can I say? Shangguan Tianhua looked at Shangguan Laner mischievously and said with a smile. Chapter 46-25. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Shanghai Laner suddenly blushed. She turned around and ran away in embarrassment. After a while, she came back with a small wooden box in her hand. She handed it to Shanghai Tianhua and said, "This is a gift from little junior brother. You can open it and see for yourself." Shanghai Tianhua opened the wooden box. There were 2 things inside. One was an exquisite spirit jade bottle, and the other was wrapped in a red cloth. Shanghai Tianhua's eyes suddenly lit up. Star ink milk? Infant ginseng? This boy is really extravagant. Whether it was the star ink milk or the infant ginseng, they were both good things that were hard to find in the world. This was not because Shanghai Tianhua's level was high. Even if it was useless to him, he could always give it to others. Not to mention that the infant ginseng and star ink milk could be used to refine higher-level pills. The value of Lin Yi's return this time was probably not below his due sharp spirit tea. Hee, this is not a problem for little junior brother. Shanghai Laner proudly raised her chin. Haha, let's see how far he can go in the future. Alright, little Lon. Since you've given him the 10,000 character mantra, you should make a new copy for yourself. This is our Shangguan family's heirloom, we can't just disappear just like that. Shangguan Tianhua looked at his granddaughter with an amused look on his face. An entire 10,000 words. Grandpa, are you joking? Shanghai Laner suddenly felt bad. I'm not joking. This important task will be handed over to you. Write it slowly. Although Shanghai Tianhua had a smile on his face, his tone was not negotiable. Oh. Shanghai Laner was completely listless. She had no choice but to walk towards the study room. 10,000 words incantation, how long would it take to write it? All right, let this girl sharpen her temperament. Shanghai Tianhua smiled and looked back at the things Lin Yi had given him. He couldn't help but recall what Lin Yi had just said. He suddenly snapped his fingers and said, "Find out the information about Su Lingchong and the group of people gathered under him. Arrange for people to keep an eye on them." Lin Yi felt refreshed as he walked out of Hualan House. It wasn't just because he had drunk Dew Point, but also because he had obtained the 10,000 words mantra. He had only taken a cursory look at it, and he knew that it wasn't something simple. He would find time to study it in the future, and he believed that he would gain something. Returning to Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi had planned to immediately start refining, but he didn't expect that there would be someone waiting outside the courtyard. This person was none other than Clear Cloud Pavilion's eldest senior brother, Jia Mufan. "Brother Jia, how have you been?" Lin Yi cupped his hands in greeting from afar. "Junior brother Lin, how have you been? You've made me wait for a long time." Jia Mufan welcomed him with a smile. This was the truth. This time, he came to visit Lin Yi as soon as the sun rose. Who would have thought that Lin Yi was not at home last night? As the dignified senior brother who was in charge of the inner sanctum, he had to wait outside for 4 hours. This could be considered as a strange anecdote. "Oh, does senior brother Jia need something from me? Come, this way please." Lin Yi quickly invited Jia Mufan into his residence. Junior brother Lin, you're the most dazzling genius of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. You've been gone for so long. As your senior brother, it's only right for me to come and take a look. What do you think?" Jia Mufan smiled. In fact, with Lin Yi's current strength and status, it was impossible for him to win. When Jia Mufan found out that he had returned, especially after learning that he had crippled a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator with one move, he had planned to rush over as soon as possible yesterday. However, Lin Yi and the others were busy with the gathering. Moreover, they hadn't sent him an invitation, so he had tactfully postponed it until today. "I've troubled you, senior brother Jia. My mission this time was delayed because you helped me cancel it. Moreover, senior brother Lu and senior brother Ku also said that when they had a conflict with Ma Daoqiang, it was all thanks to senior brother Jia's help. I'll remember this favor on their behalf," Lin Yi said seriously. As he spoke, Lin Yi brewed some spiritual tea. Although it wasn't as professional as Shanghai Laner's and it wasn't a rare spiritual tea like Lu Bianren's, it was still a high-grade spiritual tea. It was refreshing to drink. Jia Mufan shook his head. "Junior brother Lin, you're exaggerating. Lu Bianren and the others are your senior brothers, but they're also my junior brothers. Since I happened to come across this matter, I naturally had to step in and stop it. Otherwise, as the senior brother in charge of the inner sect, I'll be labeled as an incompetent person. No matter what, I have to thank you, senior brother Jia. It's Blue Cloud Pavilion's fortune to have an inner sect steward like you as our senior brother." Lin smiled. There were only a few people in the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion's upper echelons that he liked, and Jia Mufan was one of them. "Junior brother Lin, Based on what you've said, I'll do my best in the future. Jia Mufan laughed. Speaking of which, junior brother Lin, what do you plan to do next? Plans? Lin Yi looked at Jia Mufan in confusion. I mean, are you interested in taking up a position like the inner sect steward's second senior brother or something? After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Jia Mufan said meaningfully. Inner sect steward's second senior brother? Lin Yi was stunned when he heard that. He asked curiously, isn't that Ma Daoqiang's position? He's not suitable. Jia Mufan said straightforwardly, before you came back, no one could object to him taking this position. But now, how can he still have the face to continue taking this position? He retreated? Lin Yi immediately understood. This was actually the same as when he fought for the inner sect's #1 residence. Up until now, he didn't see the Blue Cloud Pavilion's upper echelons come out to fart. They all pretended to be deaf and mute about it. Those so-called upper echelons of Blue Cloud Pavilion who supported Ma Daoqiang had probably changed their stance after learning about what happened yesterday. They were really fence-sitters. To tell you the truth, I made a proposal to the Blue Cloud Pavilion's Elders Guild yesterday to let junior brother Lin be the inner sect steward's second senior brother. In the end, the Elders Guild unanimously approved it. Jia Mufan's tone carried a trace of unconcealable sarcasm. Recalling the behavior of those Blue Cloud Pavilion elders at that time, they were really clowns. They were the ones who jumped up and down to take up the position. Now, they were also the ones who threw stones at Lin Yi when he was down. With such a group of people occupying the upper echelons, it would be really intolerable if the Blue Cloud Pavilion could still prosper. Lin Yi was speechless when he heard that. These people took advantage of his absence to snatch the #1 residence. He hadn't even settled the score with them yet, but they were already so eager to be fence-sitters. Not bad. Although I know that letting junior brother Lin take this position is definitely a waste of your talent, with your ability, this is also a springboard for transition. Piao Tianwen said. Chapter 46-26. You'll be able to soar through the skies in the future, and this step is just for experience. What do you think, junior brother Lin? Jia Mufan saw that Lin didn't seem interested and decided to take the role of persuader. I appreciate senior brother Jia's good intentions. I heard that Xiao Ran was able to become the second senior brother of the outer court steward because of senior brother Jia's efforts. You have done your best for all of us, and I am extremely grateful. Lin Yi thanked him sincerely. Then he shook his head and said, but I think I'd better forget about being the second senior brother in charge of the inner sect. You should know that I don't really like these things. It's too troublesome to be entangled with mundane affairs. Lin Yi had a very clear goal for his future development. Moreover, his vision had never been limited to Blue Cloud Pavilion. Although the position of the second senior brother in charge of the inner sect seemed to be good, there would definitely be all kinds of trivial matters. At that time, a lot of energy would be wasted. If he had the time, he might as well focus on his cultivation. I understand. But this is actually the pavilion master's idea. It's not good for me to refuse directly. Otherwise, it would seem that there's some conflict between me and junior brother Lin, Jia Mufan said with a bitter smile. I see. But I really don't have this intention. Lin Yi paused and then suggested, as far as I know, although senior brother Lu Bianren's strength is a little weak, he's still a senior in Blue Cloud Pavilion with a lot of experience. Moreover, he's experienced in various important positions. As far as I know, he's going to have a breakthrough soon. Why don't you consider him? Jia Mufan was a little hesitant. Lu Bianren's qualifications were indeed not bad. However, with his current strength, he obviously did not meet the requirements to be the second senior brother in charge of the inner sect. Any inner sect disciple was in the golden core stage. In theory, to be the second senior brother in charge of the inner sect, one had to be at least in the late golden core stage. However, Lu Bianren was only in the middle golden core stage. Even if he was about to make a breakthrough, he was only at the peak of the middle golden core stage. He was still a long way from reaching the minimum threshold. Given Lin Yi's current strength and status, it was impossible for him to win. If the position of second senior brother of the inner court steward fell into his hands, no one would dare to say anything. However, if it was Lu Bianren, perhaps the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion Elders Guild would be in an uproar, not to mention those ambitious disciples. However, since this was Lin Yi's intention, Jia Mufan couldn't refuse directly. He could only say, "All right, then I'll report this matter to Pavilion Master Yu and put Lu Bianren on the list of key disciples to be groomed. The position of second senior brother can be reserved for him. But before that, junior brother Lin needs you to make the transition, because only after you step down from this position can you nominate Lu Bianren. That way, you can stop everyone's mouths and prevent junior brother Lu from suffering too much resistance." All right. Lin Yi thought about it and agreed. He knew that this matter was a little difficult. Even if Lu Bianren was listed as a candidate, if he didn't hold the position in his hands first and allowed someone else to snatch it away, Lu Bianren wouldn't give up the position in the future. If that happened, Lu Bianren wouldn't know how long he would have to wait. Jia Mufan heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Yi didn't want to be the second senior brother of the inner court steward, it wouldn't matter if he couldn't complete the orders of Yu Xingyang and the Blue Cloud Pavilion Elders Guild. The key was that he would be on tenterhooks. What if the reason why Lin Yi didn't like the second senior brother of the inner court steward was because he liked the eldest senior brother of the inner court steward? Jia Mufan wasn't afraid of others, but he really didn't have the slightest confidence when facing a super genius like Lin Yi. This was the next Ramjia. No matter how pretentious Jia Mufan was, he wouldn't be able to stop Lin Yi's footsteps. Junior brother Lin, you don't like to be entangled in miscellaneous matters. Actually, you don't have to worry about this. You can leave all the miscellaneous matters to me. As for junior brother Lin, you can stay the same as before. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Jia Mufan said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble senior brother Jia. Lin Yi nodded. It's no trouble at all. I've always been a workaholic. I used to be the second senior brother of the inner court steward for a long time. These matters are already a walk in the park for me. Jia Mufan smiled and said frankly, "Actually, it's a blessing for me that junior brother Lin is willing to let go. You should know that a big reason for setting up the position of the second senior brother of the inner court steward is to check and balance me, the eldest senior brother of the inner court steward. Previously, letting an arrogant person like Ma Daiqiang sit on that position really gave me a headache." When Lin Yi heard that, he immediately laughed. Ma Daiqiang was a person who thought highly of himself. Perhaps he didn't even take Jia Mufan seriously from the start. With such a person going against him in everything, especially when Jia Mufan was the highly anticipated rookie king, no one in Jia Mufan's position would feel good no matter who it was. However, Lin Yi could also see that Jia Mufan was quite obsessed with power, but he didn't care about it at all. It could be said that they were two extremes, but he didn't have any ill feelings towards Jia Mufan because of this. Jia Mufan was actually very good at conducting himself. It wasn't a bad thing for Lin Yi to cooperate with him. It was a pleasant cooperation. After talking about business, Jia Mufan chatted for a while and then got up to leave. Lin Yi politely sent him out and then began his closed-door training. This time, the closed-door training was not for cultivation, but purely for refining elixirs. Not only was the Tiandan Pavilion in urgent need of elixirs, but even the people around Lin Yi also needed it. For example, Lu Bianren was indeed on the verge of breaking through, but without the help of the Jindan Golden Elixir, who knew how long he would be stuck in the bottleneck? With previous experience, refining Jindan Golden Elixir and some other elixirs, even the Gathering Soul Golden Elixir, was already a piece of cake for Lin. In 5 days, the total number of various elixirs produced finally reached 3 digits, and more than 80% of them were of the best quality. He couldn't help but sigh. The magic pesticide cauldron was really a magical tool for refining elixirs. After finishing the closed-door training, Lin Yi immediately gathered Lu Bianren and the others together. In public, he distributed some elixirs to Lu Bianren for safekeeping. After all, he was the most powerful among them and had always been the most reliable. Lin Yi decided to let Lu Bianren distribute these elixirs on time according to their needs. Otherwise, if they were directly distributed to each of them, with Qiao Hongcai's impatience, she might turn around and eat them directly. In fact, the reason why Lin Yi did this was that he had learned a lesson. In the past 2 years, he hadn't heard from anyone in the South Island, so everyone could only rely on themselves. Although their strength was much faster than that of ordinary people, they still lacked the help of elixirs after all. Chapter 46-27. Especially the best quality elixirs that couldn't be bought on the market, which caused the improvement of everyone's strength to be far less obvious than Lin Yi had expected. With everyone's qualifications, if Lin Yi was here in the past 2 years, Xiao Ran and the others would probably have been masters of the Golden Core stage. How could they still be lingering in the foundation establishment stage like now? Lin Yi himself was already at the peak of the early nascent soul stage, and the gap in strength was too big. Not only could these little brothers not be his right-hand men, but they would also become a burden. So, no matter what, Lin Yi had to think of a way to raise everyone's strength as soon as possible, and one of the things he had to do was to ensure a sufficient supply of elixirs. Even when Lin Yi wasn't here, this couldn't be cut off. After arranging everyone, the next thing Lin Yi had to do was to go to Zhongdao. Although the elixirs could be sent by Hangzhong, Lin Yi felt that it was necessary to go in person. On one hand, he might have the opportunity to see Zhang Liju, and on the other hand, it was time to see Tian Chan in Sydney. After making up his mind, Lin Yi first went to the Hong's Chamber of Commerce and asked Hangzhong to send the elixirs first. At the same time, he asked for a Chamber of Commerce pass. With this thing, flying spirit beasts could take off and land at the Zhongdao Pier. Although they still couldn't enter the sky above Zhongdao, it was much more convenient. After coming out of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi planned to go to the Spirit Beast Farm. This was the place where the 3 pavilions specially trained spirit beasts. Now, the spirit bird had become the overlord of this spirit beast farm, and its life was quite comfortable. Although it didn't have a strong racial talent, it couldn't stand its high level. There were only a few spirit beasts of the nascent soul stage in the entire North Island Spirit Beast Farm. If any spirit beast dared to cause trouble for it, it could use its speed to make the other party dizzy. Who could afford to provoke it? But before that, Lin Yi had to go to see Laner first to say goodbye to her, and at the same time, he had to give her the elixirs he had just refined. After all, she was also one of his people. It was her business if she had a good background, but Lin Yi couldn't leave her out of it. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that he would meet Laner on the way. She smiled and said hello from afar. Hey? What a coincidence, I was just about to look for you. Hehe, I was just about to look for you. Shengguan Laner was overjoyed when she saw Lin Yi. She skipped over and couldn't hide the joy on her face. Little junior brother, you're going to work again. Work? Lin Yi was stunned. Have you forgotten what your position is? Shengguan Laner rolled her eyes at him. Position? The second senior brother in charge of the Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner court? Lin Yi asked curiously. What? You're the Island Flower's personal expert, have you forgotten? Shengguan Laner pouted. Puff. Lin Yi burst into laughter. Then he remembered that when Ning Xuefei came to the North Island, Shanghai Tianhua had given him the position of reception messenger. To put it bluntly, he was the 2 women's personal bodyguard. But this thing had passed. It was almost 2 years ago. Did this temporary position, which was obviously a joke, still count? Well, little junior brother, pack up quickly and follow me to West Island to protect the flower. Shengguan Laner couldn't wait to announce. West Island? Protect the flower? Lin Yi was more and more confused. Yes, it's Ning Xuefei's birthday soon. Shengguan Laner said excitedly, and then complained, because of you, I didn't hear from her before. I didn't go to her birthday last year, but I have to go this year. Little junior brother, you're back. Hehe, God is helping me. So that's how it is. Well, I have nothing to pack. When are we leaving? Lin Yi immediately nodded and agreed. He had a good relationship with Ning Xuefei. Since Shanghai Laner had mentioned it, it didn't matter if he agreed. Anyway, there was nothing urgent in Middle Island for the time being. He could go there after coming back from West Island. If it was just a birthday party, it shouldn't take too much time. It's today. After Shanghai Laner finished speaking, she took Lin Yi to Hualan House. Lin Yi had nothing to pack, but she was different. She had prepared a lot of birthday gifts for Ning Xuefei, not to mention a lot of her own things. Of course, these things needed to be carried by Lin Yi, a master of protecting the flower. When they arrived at Hualan House, Lin Yi could only do the hard work helplessly. When Shanghai Tianhua learned that Lin Yi was willing to protect her, he certainly had no objection. He just smiled and said a few words, then ran to the study to write, as if he was not worried about his granddaughter going to West Island at all. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel strange. Did he have 100% trust in him, or did he arrange other means of protection? Shanghai Laner was the little princess of North Island. If she went to West Island with only him to protect her, it didn't seem right, right? It wasn't until Shanghai Laner said goodbye to Shanghai Tianhua that Shanghai Tianhua solved Lin Yi's doubts. This time, Shanghai Laner's accompanying master, although he was the only one on the surface, there were two extremely powerful figures in both strength and status. One of them was Shanghai Tianhua's trusted subordinate, Lan Tiefu, the eldest senior brother in charge of the inner core of Soaring Pavilion. The other one was quite familiar to Lin Yi, Ram Jia, the master of law enforcement hall. Although there were only 3 people on the surface and in the dark, and they looked very weak, any one of them was a powerful figure who could make the whole 3 pavilions of North Island tremble, especially Ram Jia, who was recognized as a person who would definitely reach the top of North Island in the future. No wonder Shanghai Tianhua was so at ease. With the protection of the 3 of them, if Shanghai Laner could still have an accident, it could only prove one thing. A force was going to wage a full-scale war against North Island. Of course, this kind of thing was impossible. Although the 3 pavilions of North Island had never been strong, they dominated an island after all. No matter how powerful the force was, if they wanted to challenge it, they had to think it over first. After saying goodbye to Shanghai Tianhua, they immediately set off from Walanju and went to the pier of North Island. Shanghai Laner walked in the front, her steps light and cheerful, followed by little Curly Bear, who dragged a giant pair of scissors and looked around unkindly from time to time, looking like a loyal lackey protecting his master. The last one was Lin Yi, who looked helpless, with all kinds of bags piled up into a hill. Looking at his miserable condition, he was not a master of flower protection, but a ready-made free coolie. As for the other 2 bodyguards, they'd said that they'd be protecting Lin Yi from the shadows, and naturally wouldn't appear in sight. Otherwise, Lin Yi's life would have been a little easier. At least he'd have 2 more bags to carry. Chapter 46-28. After a while, 2 people and 1 pet finally arrived at the pier of the North Island. Looking at the huge treasure ship docked in front of them, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. Although he had seen the treasure ship of the Morning Star Academy of the East Continent in the sea area of the South Continent before, it was the first time for him to see it at such a close distance. No matter how strong he was, he would inevitably feel shocked when he saw this giant on the sea. The huge treasure ship in front of him gave Lin Yi the feeling that it was not inferior to the aircraft carriers in the secular world that easily weighed tens of thousands of tons. But it was different. The whole treasure ship was integrated. Although there was no technological civilization, the design and craftsmanship were obviously better. He had to sigh that the former powerful blacksmiths of the Heaven Stage Island were really ingenious. When Lin Yi and Shanghai Laner arrived, the pier of the North Island was busy. Because the huge treasure ship was docked, other ships couldn't get close at all. People could only watch from a distance for the time being, watching the disciples of the 3 pavilions moving things to the huge treasure ship one after another, whispering to each other. This time, they used the huge treasure ship to travel to the West Island, of course, not only for Shanghai Laner. Going to Ning Shuefei's birthday party was at most an excuse, but the main purpose was to strengthen the communication between the North Island and the West Island. Although no heavyweight big shots were sent, the gifts arrived before they arrived. The things that were being moved onto the giant treasure ship were all precious gifts. Not only did they represent the entire 3 pavilions of the North Island, but also almost all the high-level officials of the 3 pavilions had their own expressions. The giant treasure ship was filled with gifts for the island master of West Island and Ningshu. The North and the West Islands had always been on good terms, and the high-level officials of the 2 islands generally had a good relationship. This time, not only did Shangguan Tianhua and the other big shots prepare gifts, even the extremely mysterious North Island Lord, who had been in closed-door cultivation all this time, was not left behind. He had specially asked someone to bring a generous gift. It seems that there are a lot of people going to the West Island this time. Lin Yi was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He thought it was just to accompany Shanghai Laner to a birthday party, but he didn't expect that the situation in front of him was clearly sending a delegation, with at least 100 people. But when he thought about it carefully, it wasn't strange because merely the number of people that this enormous treasured vessel could carry was absolutely no less than 3 digits. It was the first time for Lin Yi to board a giant treasure ship, but Laner, who was beside him, was very familiar with it. There was even a special room on the ship for her. Lin Yi's room was right next to hers. They were separated by a door, and when the door was opened, it was directly connected to the suite. If she wanted to visit, she didn't even need to walk through the corridor. After putting down the small mountain of gifts, Lin Yi did not stay in the room. Instead, he prepared to walk around. He had to familiarize himself with the structure of the ship first. Otherwise, he would be caught off guard if he were to encounter an accident midway. Of course, Shangguan Laner and Little Curly Bear would not be idle. Since Lin Yi wanted to walk around, they were naturally happy to accompany him. Shangguan Laner simply became a tour guide for Lin. She knew a little bit about the various structures and related uses of the giant treasure ship. After a tour, it was enough for Lin Yi to have a preliminary understanding of the giant treasure ship. Uncanny workmanship. The forger who can make such a treasure ship is absolutely an unparalleled genius in the world. After a tour, Lin Yi kept praising it, and at the same time, he couldn't help but think of the King of Rags. He could see that this guy's talent in forging was also extraordinary. If he could accumulate enough experience, it was not impossible for him to reach such a height in the future. While talking and laughing, Lin Yi and Shangguan Laner returned to the original place where they boarded the ship. At this time, the goods on the dock were almost moved, and all the people who were going to West Island were also in their places. They were ready to set sail immediately. The last group of people came from the end of the cloud climbing ladder. Lin Yi suddenly found that there was a deliberately empty circle in the middle. After taking a closer look, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. There were 2 people in the middle. Although one of them was dressed in black and there was nothing unusual about his behavior, and he didn't even say a word from beginning to end, he still shone brightly. This was Ramjia, the first person of the new generation in the North Island. Inside the empty circle, there was another person besides Gong Yangjia. This person was dressed in a large blue robe from head to toe. From his appearance, he looked to be a youth that was less than 30 years old. However, the temperament that leaked out from between his brows was much more peaceful than Gong Yangjia's. If Gong Yangjia was said to be proud and aloof, pushing people thousands of miles away, then this person was far from making people shrink back at the sight of him. Rather than saying that this person was peaceful, it would be better to say that he was ordinary. In a crowd, it would be very difficult to attract attention. But even so, the people around him consciously made way for him and gave him treatment no less than that of Ramjia. This was Lan Tiefu, the eldest senior brother who was in charge of the inner core of Soaring Sky Pavilion. Seeing him for the first time, Lin Yi could not help but look at him a few more times curiously. Lan Tiefu occupied such a key core position, which was enough to show that his strength must be extraordinary, and he should not be much worse than Ramjia. The position of the eldest senior brother who was in charge of the inner core of Soaring Sky Pavilion was basically the highest level among the disciples of the 3 pavilions, and it could not be much worse. While Lin Yi was looking at Ramjia and Lan Tiefu, the 2 of them also looked at Lin Yi in unison, but then they withdrew their eyes, with a serious and silent expression, as if these things in front of them had nothing to do with them. After a while, they disappeared in the crowd without a trace. Didn't they say that they're protecting me in secret? Why have they appeared so openly? Lin Yi couldn't help but murmur. The 2 weren't showing off at all, but from the looks of the people around them, it was obvious that everyone knew that they were on the boat already, and that they'd already been noticed by the people with ulterior motives. The 2 of them have always been like this. Even if they are asked to do things secretly, they will never deliberately hide their tracks. Being sneaky is not their style. Little junior brother, don't think that senior brother Lan is as cold as senior brother Ram. In fact, his arrogance is no less than senior brother Ram's. This is what my grandfather said. Shangguan Lan explained. I see. Lin Yi could not help but laugh when he heard that, but it was not incomprehensible. Whether it was Ram Jie or Lan Tiefu, they were dragons and phoenixes among men. Their arrogance came from their strong self-confidence, so it was naturally not strange for them to act like this. While he was trying to figure out Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu, Lin Yi suddenly caught a glimpse of two familiar figures from the corner of his eye. When he saw them clearly, he immediately curled his lips. It was actually that idiot Su Lingchong, accompanied by the lackey Kong Mingming. What are they doing here? Are they also going to attend Ning Xuefei's birthday banquet? Lin Yi frowned slightly. Chapter 46-29. Of course not. Fei Fei's birthday party is not for such an annoying person to attend. Shangguan Laner pouted with a look of disgust. She had never liked hypocritical and despicable people like Su Lingchong. Especially after the incident at her birthday party, she hated this guy even more. Q0. Not only Shangguan Laner, but even the little curly bear made a face at Su Lingchong with disdain when it saw him. Then, it dragged its huge scissors and rushed over. This little guy thought that the last time was not clean enough, so it wanted to use the same trick again. When he saw Lin Yi and Shangguan Laner standing together from afar, Su Lingchong's expression couldn't help but become slightly complicated. Especially when he saw the little curly bear's pair of enormous scissors, his expression instantly became extremely unsightly. This pair of enormous scissors was the culprit that had scared him awake from his nightmares countless times. However, Su Lingchong didn't dare to do anything to the little coiled bear at this time, and he didn't dare to have a head-on conflict with Lin. Even Ma Dongqiang, a master in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage, was crippled in one move. Although Su Lingchong felt that he was much stronger than Ma Dongqiang, he still couldn't help but feel nervous when facing Lin. Seeing that the little curly bear was about to rush over, Su Lingchong quickly hid as far away as he could. In the blink of an eye, he and Kong Mingming disappeared into the crowd. From the looks of it, even if they had the guts, they definitely wouldn't dare to appear in front of Lin Yi for a while. The reason why Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming appeared on this ship was that they were members of the special envoy group to celebrate Ning Xuefei's birthday, but in fact, they had a secret mission. Of course, this mission did not come from the three pavilions of the North Island, but from the center. As the special envoy of the North Island, Su Lingchong couldn't leave the North Island easily, but now that he had Zhong Pingliang, who was on the same level as him, he could naturally come out to do missions. Only by doing missions. Only then would they have the chance to get credit and climb up the ranks as fast as possible, trampling Pinliang under their feet again. As for how they managed to sneak onto the ship, with Child Su's strength and background, this kind of thing was really not difficult. There were more than 100 people in the West Island's diplomatic corps. It was easy to find an excuse to insert two of them into the organization. Su Lingchong did not want to have a head-on conflict with Lin Yi, especially since the mysterious man had specifically warned him not to touch Lin Yi, otherwise he would have to bear all the consequences. Under such circumstances, if Su Lingchong still dared to provoke Lin Yi, then he would have to be a fool to provoke him. As a result, his current principle was to avoid conflict with Lin Yi if he could avoid it. The further he hid, the better. It didn't matter if he was a coward because the situation was stronger than him. In the face of Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming's behavior, Lin Yi and Shanghai Laner felt a little surprised. Although these two guys had suffered losses before, they had never been so sensible. Did they suddenly become clear-minded? What the hell are these two guys doing? Lin Yi frowned and muttered. His intuition told him that it was definitely not so simple, and there might be some reasons behind it. Kong Mingming was nothing. But Su Lingchong was not the kind of guy who would easily bow his head. Of course, Lin Yi did not spend more time to figure out Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming. His level determined his vision. If he had the time, he might as well study Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu, who were the existences that he needed to pay attention to now. All the personnel and materials were in place. With a series of low and deep horns, the giant treasure ship officially set sail. As the giant object that covered the sky and the sun slowly sailed away, the huge North Island pier was suddenly empty. All kinds of ships waiting around rushed to enter the harbor, and the North Island pier then returned to its former appearance. Standing on the deck of the treasure ship, Ding Ning felt the sea breeze that was gradually becoming stronger. Seeing the whole North Island becoming smaller and smaller, Lin Yi suddenly had an inexplicable excitement of the beginning of a trip in his heart. This feeling was the same as traveling around the world on a luxury cruise in the secular world. Huge, sturdy, and comfortable, the treasure ship could be said to have all the advantages of a sea ship. In particular, it could ride the wind and waves to fight against natural obstacles, just like a moving fortress on the sea. Everything had a shortcoming, and that was speed. In fact, the speed of the treasure ship was not slower than that of other ordinary sea ships. As long as there was a steady stream of spiritual qi to replenish the energy of the magic formation, the extreme speed that it broke out could instantly kill any sea ship. At this extreme speed, ordinary sea ships would have automatically disintegrated, let alone ride the wind and waves. However, Lin Yi had long been used to the speed of the spirit bird. No matter how the giant treasure ship broke out with all its strength, it obviously could not reach such an exaggerated level. The distance between the North Island and the West Island was not too far. If it was the spirit bird, with its current speed of the nascent soul realm, it would take at most 1 day to get there. But if it was a giant treasure ship, it would be different. Even if it sailed at full speed regardless of the cost, it would be impossible to get there without half a month. Junior brother, the sunrise on the sea is very beautiful. How about getting up early tomorrow to watch the sunrise? Shanghai Laner suddenly suggested with great interest. Watch the sunrise? Hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. He hadn't had this kind of leisure to play and relax for a long time. It was good to take the opportunity to relax, so he immediately nodded and agreed, "Okay, no problem." After the two agreed, it was getting dark on the deck. After staying on the deck for a while, they returned to their respective rooms. Lin Yi was busy meditating and practicing, while Shanghai Laner was resting and sleeping. It was rare for her to come out to play, so she would not be stupid to practice. Early the next morning, before Lin Yi, who was meditating and practicing here, got up, Shanghai Laner next door was already eagerly knocking on the door. Lin Yi estimated the time. It should be less than 4 o'clock, right? The two came to the deck with the little curly bear. Looking at the darkness in front of them, they couldn't even see their fingers. Lin Yi was suddenly speechless. Fortunately, the guardrail of the treasure ship was high. Otherwise, they would accidentally touch the sea. He quickly sensed with his divine awareness. Wait, the rising sun will appear soon. Shanghai Laner was very excited, and even the little curly bear was jumping up and down beside her. Lin Yi was really afraid that this little guy would fall into the sea. Not long after Shanghai Laner said this, as expected, the distant horizon soon turned red. Although there was only a little bit of faint red light at the beginning, this ray of light was very dazzling in the dark environment. From the moment it appeared, the red light quickly grew, and soon dyed the sky red. The outline of the rising sun gradually became clearer, and it was reflected in one's eyes bit by bit. It was exuding a vigorous energy that inspired people's hearts, intoxicating them, and causing them to think deeply. Chapter 4630. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, Lin Yi's heart completely calmed down. Unconsciously, he had a long-lost sense of security. He had experienced so many things in South State. Although he had been practicing and improving himself, Lin Yi could clearly feel that there was a lingering impetuosity in his heart. In fact, it was not difficult to find the root cause. Practice was about tension and relaxation. During the 1.5 years in South State, especially after being hunted by West Mountain sect, he had never been completely relaxed. Once nerves were tense for too long, there would always be sequelae. This was a time bomb. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous, but it might make people pay a heavy price at any time. However, even with Lin Yi's temperament, he could only suppress this impetuosity, but there was no way to completely eradicate it. Originally, after returning to North Island, Lin Yi planned to relax for a while and release his pressure. Unfortunately, Tiandan Pavilion was in urgent need of elixirs, so he could only hurry up to make elixirs. As soon as he finished making elixirs, he was asked by Shanghai Laner to be her bodyguard. Lin Yi thought that if he wanted to really rest and relax, he would have to wait until he came back from West Island. Unexpectedly, after watching the sunrise on a whim today, the trace of impetuosity in his heart suddenly disappeared, which was a pleasant surprise. He glanced at Shanghai Laner and the small curly bear next to him. At the moment, one person and one pet were completely intoxicated in the beautiful scenery of the rising sun. It seemed that even their eyes were about to melt. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Enjoying the beautiful sunrise on the sea was indeed a great pleasure in life. Lin Yi was about to enjoy it again, but he suddenly had a very unnatural feeling. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark, but he couldn't find the owner of this gaze. Lin Yi's heart moved, and he quietly released his divine senses. With the strength of his current divine senses, it was enough to cover the whole treasure ship. However, after he carefully scanned back and forth 3 times, he suddenly found a surprising fact. However, he suddenly discovered a shocking fact. He couldn't lock onto this observer. This time, Lin Yi was shocked. He was no longer in the mood to watch the sunrise. This time, in the West Island mission, the top management of the 3 pavilions symbolically sent 3 elders, and the others were not particularly outstanding masters. There were only a few people who could completely avoid the perception of Lin Yi's divine senses. Those who could do this, at least, would not be the kind of people like Su Lingchong. Although the other party was a nascent soul stage expert, if he dared to use his spiritual sense to monitor Lin Yi could pull him out and beat him up in minutes. They were only at the same level of strength, but in reality, they were not on the same level. There's no need to look. It's Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu, the ghostly thing suddenly said. What? 2 people? Lin Yi was immediately overwhelmed with shock. He could guess that this person was probably one of the 2 of them, but he completely didn't expect that both of them would be staring at him at the same time. Moreover, he could only rely on his intuition to barely discover one of them. The powerful divine sense that he thought was useless in front of the other party. Yes, it's 2, the ghostly thing confirmed. Then which one did I sense? Lan Tiefu? Lin Yi was stunned and speculated. In his opinion, Lan Tiefu's strength must be slightly inferior to Ram Jie's. Then the one he sensed must be him. But even so, it was not simple. This senior brother who was in charge of the inner core of Rising Sky Pavilion was really not simple, since he could completely hide from his spiritual sense. No, the one you sensed was Ram Jie. Lan Tiefu's strength is even more unfathomable, and he's even stronger than Ram Jie. The ghostly thing's tone was also a little weird. Stronger than Ram Jie? How is that possible? Lin Yi suddenly froze. Ram Jie was a super genius appointed by Shanghai Tianhua. He was recognized as the first person of the new generation in the North Island. How could Lan Tiefu's strength be stronger than his? Wouldn't that be unworthy of his name? I also think it's a little weird, but it's the truth. It seems that the 3 major pavilions in the North Island aren't as simple as the outside world says. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers, the ghostly thing sighed. The ghostly thing sighed. Even in its eyes, Gong Yangjie could be considered a super genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. Now, an even stronger Lan Tiefu had suddenly appeared. The foundation of such experts was truly not to be underestimated. Lin Yi was shocked speechless. He did not expect the confidant of Shanghai Tianhua to be so strong that even Ram Jie could be suppressed by him. It could be seen that the title of the inner core of Rising Sky Pavilion was not given for nothing. Although Jia Mufan was not simple, he was far inferior to the unfathomable Lan Tiefu. This alone was enough to see the huge gap between Rising Sky Pavilion and Blue Cloud Pavilion. Their foundations were not on the same level at all. Rising Sky Pavilion was able to dominate the North Island's overall situation purely because of its strength. Blue Cloud Pavilion could not compare. Then what's the strength of this Lan Tiefu? Lin Yi could not help but ask curiously. No matter what, he was the 2nd senior brother of the inner core of Blue Cloud Pavilion. In terms of position, he was also on the same level as the other party. Lin Yi wanted to know the gap between him and the other party. It's meaningless even if you know. It's better not to say it. The ghost kept him in suspense. Lin Yi was stunned again, and he was even more shocked. The ghost's words were very clear. He was not on the same level as the other party at all. Once he revealed Lan Tiefu's true strength, he was afraid that he would be shocked. At first, he thought that even if the other party was strong, he would not be too ridiculously strong. At most, he would be at the mysterious ascension stage. It should be known that the mysterious ascension stage was already the mainstay of the top 3 pavilions. If a senior brother of the inner core of Rising Sky Pavilion was stronger than this, then there was no point in the top management. However, the ghost's attitude was clearly telling him that Lan Tiefu's strength was not just at the mysterious ascension stage. Otherwise, there was no need to keep him in suspense. Is he as strong as you at your peak, senior? Lin Yi asked cautiously. He was really shocked this time. His evaluation of Lan Tiefu had suddenly jumped to above the mountain opening stage. Could this guy be a master of the earth opening stage? Or a higher level, the sea splitting stage? If someone said that the strength of the inner core of Rising Sky Pavilion could reach above the mountain opening stage before this, Lin Yi would definitely scoff at it. However, after personally experiencing it now, his previous understanding of the entire North Island had changed. The strength of the North Island was not as weak as the rumors said. In fact, he was simply hiding his strength, it was just that few people knew about it. Aren't you talking nonsense? If he's stronger than me, then how can I perceive him so easily? The ghost said speechlessly. Oh! Lin Yi let out a breath of relief. If this thing was saying that the opponent was stronger than him, then he'd be in for a real scare. Chapter 4631. But at the same time, he was somewhat shocked. Not only was he shocked by Lan Tiefu, but he also couldn't help but speculate about the strength of that ghostly thing. It was even stronger than Lan Tiefu. What kind of existence was that? Suppressing the wild thoughts in his mind, Lin Yi was no longer in the mood to watch the sunrise. Knowing that there were 2 pairs of eyes staring at him, he suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if there were 2 powerful spirit beasts staring at him in the jungle. The invisible pressure made him breathless. However, the jade pendant didn't give off any warning, which meant that Ramjie and Lan Tiefu didn't have any malicious intentions. Perhaps they were just here to protect him in secret under the orders of Shanghai Tianhua. This was the only thing that comforted Lin Yi. Sailing calmly on the boundless sea, facing the same scenery on the sea, after experiencing the initial excitement, the rest of the journey became boring. Lin Yi didn't mind it. He could endure for more than half a year in the sunless 5-poison swamp, let alone a voyage of half a month. But Shanghai Laner and little Curly Bear couldn't endure it. They had nothing to do every day, so they came to find Lin. From time to time, they would pester him to tell them about their previous experiences, treating it as listening to stories to relieve their boredom. Shanghai Laner actually wasn't that interested in Lin Yi's adventure in the South Continent. What she was really interested in was the secular world. After listening to Lin Yi talk about so many things in the secular world, she couldn't help but have an idea. One day, she must go to the secular world to have fun. Otherwise, she would only spend the rest of her life mediocre on the Heaven Stage Island. What a pity! According to the voyage schedule, the giant ship would be sailing on the sea for half a month. Apart from the first 2 days when the ship swayed back and forth, Lin Yi had almost completely turned into Shanghai Laner's storyteller. He couldn't help but sigh. This girl's interest in the secular world was really extraordinary. Even the most trivial things could make her excited for a long time, and she would chase after Lin Yi to get to the bottom of it. This situation lasted until the 10th day. Lin Yi was telling Shanghai Laner about his career as an assassin. Suddenly, a crew member came to report that there was a thick fog up ahead. I can't go any further. Lin Yi was shocked. He hurriedly brought Shanghai Laner and little Curly Bear to the deck to check on the situation. At this moment, many people had already gathered outside. Ram Jie, Lan Tiefu, and even Su Lingchong were here. After all, being blocked by the sea fog and unable to move forward was a big matter. Although the giant treasure ship was a moving fortress on the sea, this was only relative to ordinary ships. If it was really trapped in the boundless sea, it would be impossible for it to survive. If they stayed here for too long, not only would their journey be greatly delayed, but there would also be problems with supplies. However, compared to the latter two threats, these were only minor problems. These two threats were the sea beasts and the weather. Although the giant ship would be able to safely deal with the weather 80% of the time, there was still a 20% chance that an accident would occur. Once an accident occurred, it would be a fatal crisis. If they suddenly encountered a super strong sea beast like the giant electric eel, which was above the sea-splitting stage, it would be extremely dangerous. Could the huge treasure ship still be safe and sound? The answer was probably not optimistic. Similarly, if there was extremely bad weather, it was difficult to guarantee that the giant treasure ship would not be in danger. At this moment, all the people that gathered on the deck were slightly anxious. The sea mist itself wasn't terrifying, but they were afraid of what exactly was hidden behind the dense sea mist. Was it nothing, or was it a group of extremely ferocious sea beasts, or was it a monstrous wave that was sufficient to capsize a treasured ship? Seeing Lin Yi and Shanghai Laner appear, everyone spontaneously surrounded them. Nominally, this envoy from West Island was led by 3 elders of the 3 pavilions, but everyone knew that they were just ceremonial officers. The strength of the 3 of them was only at the Yuanying realm. In contrast, their deterrence was even less than that of Lin Yi, the new disciple. What's more, Lin Yi was a master of flower protection personally appointed by Shanghai Tianhua. He was also the messenger who represented North Island to visit West Island this time. When there was really something that needed to be decided. When something really needed to be decided, he should be the one to make the decision. Special Envoy Lin, the route ahead is all covered by the sea fog. We can't figure out the specific situation at all. If we continue to move forward rashly, I'm afraid there will be danger. What do you think we should do? One of the elders asked on behalf of everyone. Strength was respected. As elders, they were not necessarily arrogant fools. When it was time to lower their heads, they would lower their heads more quickly than anyone else. After all, they were old and shrewd. When Lin Yi heard the words, he smiled slightly and turned to look at Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu beside him, saying, I'm just a new junior. Since Hall Master Ram and Senior Brother Lan are here, of course, it's up to them to make the decision. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the 2 of them. Of course, the 2 of them were far above Lin Yi. What they said was naturally more convincing than what Lin Yi said. When Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu heard the words, they both glanced at Lin Yi with some unfathomable meaning in their eyes. Although they were not at the same level, what Lin Yi had done before was enough to impress them. At this time, Lin Yi behaved so tactfully, and anyone would feel good about it. However, both of them looked quite serious at the moment. The sea fog in front of them was extremely thick, and it had reached an extreme level of hindrance to the divine senses. Even experts at their level couldn't overcome it. Even if they weren't like others who couldn't use their divine senses at all, their detection range was still very limited. My divine senses can only cover a radius of 500 feet. Ram Jie only said this, and then he stopped talking. Me too, Lan Tiefu said indifferently. When everyone heard this, their expressions instantly became even more nervous. A perception range of 500 feet was absolutely not enough for sailing, especially for a colossus like the enormous treasured ship. At such a distance, not to mention avoiding danger, they didn't even have the time to notice danger unless they stopped completely. This time, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a slight headache. The perception range of the ghost's divine senses was much larger than theirs, but it was still not enough to guarantee their safety. If they continued to advance rashly, it was equivalent to gambling with the lives of the entire ship. Once something happened, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated in the end. Since it's like this, then let's set up camp here and wait and see. Lin Yi had no choice but to make a decision. Everyone nodded. This was a method that they had no other choice. Although staying on the sea like this could also be dangerous, it was better to stay still than to move. In this way, no matter what unpredictable situation occurred, at least they would have some time to react. However, the sea is full of danger. Even if we set up camp here, we can't let down our guard. We must strengthen our guard, Lin Yi continued. Chapter 4632. Yes, Special Envoy Lin is right. We can't let our guard down at this time. I suggest we gather all the inner court disciples on the ship and divide them into 2 teams to take turns patrolling, an elder said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the defensive ability of the huge ship was unparalleled, they didn't mind having an extra layer of protection. Maybe they could escape this disaster. Okay, but if it's just ordinary inner court disciples patrolling, I'm afraid the effect won't be great. After all, the divine sense of golden core experts is almost completely blocked by the sea mist. It's best to have a top-notch expert on guard. Only then can we be absolutely safe. Lin said, then turned to Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu. Hull leader Ram, senior brother Lan, you 2 are the most powerful people on the ship. This matter concerns the safety of the whole ship, so I can only ask you 2 to take turns patrolling. Okay. Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu nodded in agreement at the same time. At this time, they had no reason to refuse. Besides, if something really happened to the ship, they would also suffer. In this endless sea, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless. With these 2 great experts on guard, everyone could more or less feel relieved. However, everyone knew that it was only a psychological comfort. The perception range of 500 feet was better than nothing. Fortunately, this was a moving fortress on the sea. As long as there were no major accidents, there shouldn't be any problems. 7 is not equal to the weather was unpredictable. The only danger that could be detected with divine sense was sea beasts. The huge ship's defensive array was enough to block most of the attacks from sea beasts. At the same time, it had cast a camouflage spell to deal with sea beasts. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be attacked by sea beasts. After a day of silence, as expected, no sea beasts came to harass them. However, in the evening, there was a sudden change. A ship is coming. Ram Jie, who was leaning on the railing of the deck, suddenly tensed up. His originally somewhat lazy temperament changed. He immediately became overbearing and cold, making people not dare to approach him. At this time, Lin and the others happened to be at the side. They were all shocked when they heard this. This was the deep sea area. Ordinary ships didn't dare to come here at all. Otherwise, they would easily be buried in the sea. Could it be that the other party was also a treasure ship? It's not a treasure ship. There are experts on the other party's ship. I don't know how they found out. But looking at the direction, they are indeed coming for us. Lan Tiefu appeared immediately. There were only 2 possibilities for an ordinary ship to appear in such a deep sea area. The other party was either an idiot or a bold person with great skills. Judging from the current situation, it was most likely the latter. Everyone's faces turned pale with fright, each and every one of them fearful and uneasy. That was the thought that almost everyone shared at this moment. Although they had experts like Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu with them, the other party dared to appear here in an ordinary ship, and could even detect them through the thick fog. This meant that he was definitely not a good person. Little junior brother, what should we do now? Shanghai Laner couldn't help but feel a little nervous as she turned to ask Lin. Since the other party could be sensed by Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu, it meant that the other party was less than 100 meters away from him. If he continued to stay here without moving, he would arrive in the blink of an eye. At this time, there was no room for hesitation. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it's unavoidable. Although the opponent is powerful, it will only be more dangerous if we flee rashly. Better to stay put than to move. Lan Tiefu said decisively. Everyone was still looking at Lin in fear. With Lan Tiefu's strength, of course, he didn't need to be afraid of any powerful opponent, but the others were. This time, they were on a diplomatic mission to West Island. To put it bluntly, they were here to have fun and relax. Who would want to lose their lives in this endless sea? Lin couldn't help but frown when he heard that. Lan Tiefu's words were not unreasonable, but the problem was that the existence on the other party's ship was tricky even for him and Ram Jie. What kind of expert was this? Lin was pondering and weighing the pros and cons. At this time, the ghostly voice suddenly sounded in the depths of his mind. Don't think about it anymore. The person on the other ship is not a human. Not a human? Could it be a ghost? Lin subconsciously felt a chill down his spine. Could this be the legendary ghost ship? The world was big and full of strange things. In the past, Lin Yi didn't believe in these things, but as his strength and vision grew, he didn't find these unimaginable existences strange anymore. Fuck, if it's not a human, then it's a ghost? When did your brain become so simple? The ghostly thing was instantly choked and said speechlessly, "It's a spirit beast." No wonder. Hearing that, Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder it dared to come to the deep sea with only an ordinary ship. No wonder it could penetrate the sea fog to explore here. It turned out that it was a spirit beast. During the previous trip to South Island, Lin Yi had deeply experienced the strength of the spirit beast clan. Human cultivators didn't dare to travel in the sea without a treasure ship, but it might not be the case for the powerful spirit beast clan. The 5 Poisons flood dragon dared to fight with the giant electric eel in the sea. Even though these spirit beasts were far less powerful than the 5 Poisons flood dragon, existences like the giant electric eel were not everywhere, and ordinary sea beasts might not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, there was miasma everywhere on South Island, which was even more terrible than sea fog. Not only did it affect the perception of divine senses, but it was also extremely toxic. Anyone who traveled under the miasma all year round would not be able to face the sea fog. "Senior, what do you think we should do?" Lin Yi had no choice but to ask the ghostly thing. He couldn't tell Ram Jie, Lan Tiefu, and the others about this, or he would be suspected. Moreover, they didn't know as much about the spirit beast clan as the ghostly thing, the former Azure Dragon Elder. Even if he asked them, they wouldn't be able to tell him. "It's useless even if you ask me about this. I haven't been an elder for so long. How would I know the specific situation of the spirit beast clan now?" The ghostly thing laughed bitterly and said helplessly, "According to the rules set by the previous spirit beast king, the spirit beast clan and the sea beast clan should mind their own business. Therefore, unless something serious happened, no spirit beast was allowed to go into the sea. Now that the vermilion bird is in charge, and after such a long period of chaos, this rule has long been thrown to the back of their minds. Maybe some spirit beasts have come out to be pirates? Spirit beast pirates?" Lin Yi's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his expression was a little strange. The term spirit beast pirates always sounded weird, but in reality, spirit beast pirates were definitely much more terrifying than human pirates. Powerful human experts had a lot of connections, and they could live a very comfortable life by choosing any one of them. Therefore, they generally wouldn't come out to be pirates. However, spirit beasts were different. It was very difficult for them to be accepted by human society. Once the spirit beast clan on South Island was not accepted, they basically had no other way out but to be pirates. Chapter 46-33. Lin Yi suddenly realized that these spirit beasts had probably become pirates because they had offended the vermilion bird. Now that the vermilion bird was in power, they had no choice but to escape and become pirates if they wanted to live. While Lin Yi was conversing with the ghost, everyone else was also arguing fiercely. Everyone knew that Lan Tiefu's words made sense, but the premise was that they had to be strong enough. What if the other party was much stronger than them? Wouldn't they just be waiting for death if they continued to stay here? However, everyone knew that it was useless no matter how they argued. The decision ultimately rested with Lin Yi, the special envoy. Unless they were prepared to betray the 3 northern pavilions, Lin Yi's words had to carry enormous weight. Even Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu could not change his mind. After hearing the ghost's words, Lin Yi quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind before deciding, "Let's escape by ship." The argument immediately died down. Everyone was stunned when they heard that, looking at Lin Yi in shock. Even those who were thinking of retreating did not expect Lin Yi to make such a decision. "No, we're too close to each other. We'll only expose ourselves if we escape now. Besides, there's fog everywhere. We can't even figure out what's going on, so how can we escape?" Lan Tiefu immediately objected. At the side, Ram Jie frowned slightly and did not say anything. Meanwhile, most of the people present nodded in agreement. Although this was not a battlefield, escaping at the last minute was not a wise choice no matter how one looked at it. It was equivalent to completely handing the initiative to the other party, making it difficult for them to retaliate. This would only encourage the other party's arrogance and make them even more unbridled, which would only worsen the outcome. More importantly, the fog was still there. If they knew the way out, it was not unacceptable to escape. After all, they could shake off the other party as long as they were fast enough. However, the fog was so thick that they did not even dare to move before. Moreover, they had to escape at full speed now. Wasn't that gambling with their lives? Since it was also a gamble, rather than dying on the sea without knowing the reason, it was better to fight the other party openly. Even if he died, he would at least die knowing the reason. Seeing that everyone had different reactions, Shangguan Lan suddenly stood up and said, "All of you, shut up. Little junior brother is the special envoy appointed by Grandpa. He has the final say on how the ship goes. If anyone dares to make irresponsible remarks and disturb him, he will be punished. It will be regarded as a betrayal of the 3 pavilions of the North Island." No one dared to utter a word. Even Lan Tiefu, who had taken the lead in objecting, chose to remain silent after seeing Shangguan Laner's expression. After all, he was Shanghai Tianhua's trusted aide, and he couldn't possibly take the lead in opposing Shangguan Laner, the princess of the soaring pavilion. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Yi could not help but look at Shanghai Laner in surprise. Although this lass was usually innocent and unaffected, she really had some courage at this critical moment. He could vaguely see some of Shanghai Tianhua's power. After all, he had been influenced by her since young. This little senior sister was not simple. The situation was urgent, and there was no room for delay. Seeing that everyone had tactfully shut up, Lin immediately took the lead and entered the cockpit without saying anything. Everyone followed him in, nervously watching how he was going to deal with the situation. The cockpit of this huge treasure ship was completely different from ordinary ships. In this huge space, there were more than 10 control posts, each of which was specialized in controlling a set of spirit arrays. Only specially trained professionals could operate it. "I'll do it." Lin Yi suddenly walked to the control post in the middle and gestured for the helmsman to step aside. Seeing this, everyone was instantly stunned. This guy was actually going to take the helm himself. This was not a joke. To take the helm of a huge treasure ship, one must go through very strict professional training in advance. Otherwise, even the experienced helmsman would be blinded. Both were ships, but a huge treasure ship and an ordinary ship were completely different things. "Special Envoy Lin, this is different from a ship," the helmsman said weakly. "I know, so I'll leave the other controls to you guys. I'll only control the direction. From now on, just listen to my orders." Lin Yi took over the control post. Okay. Seeing that Lin Yi was so determined, although the helmsman was not confident, he could only quickly step aside. Otherwise, if they were in a stalemate, not only would it delay the opportunity, if the other party got angry and accused them of betraying the North Island, they would be dead meat. The helmsman was anxious, and the others were also on edge. However, at this time, they did not dare to say anything. "The other party is still 10 feet away from us." Gong Yangjia's voice suddenly resounded, giving everyone a fright. They could already see the outline of the ship from a distance of 10 feet. If there was no defensive array outside the ship, the other party could easily jump off the ship and come over. Lin Yi did not pay attention to him. He felt the control lever calmly and then said in a deep voice, "Full speed." The operators at the various posts were shocked when they heard this. Unlike ordinary ships, which mainly relied on the sea breeze to move, this treasured ship's power came from the formation. As long as there was a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, its speed could be increased to the limit in just a few breaths of time. This was an advantage that no other ship could compare to. However, the sea fog was so thick that they could not even tell whether it was the island or the sea in front of them, let alone the reefs. Wasn't doing this courting death? However, Lin Yi's tone was strict, and everyone did not dare to hesitate. They quickly turned the power of the array to the maximum, and then they all staggered. The huge treasure ship's strong acceleration was not a joke. At this moment, Lin Yi was staring at the sea in front of him with a serious expression. He obviously could not see anything from 10 feet away, but he still acted as if he was serious. After a moment, as if something had happened, he suddenly turned sharply to the left. No. We can't go like this. There are large reefs in front of us. We can't go this way. It's too dangerous. Seeing this, the helmsman was suddenly shocked. He was the helmsman on the previous trips to West Island, so he had some understanding of this route. With the treasure ship strength, although it was not afraid of ordinary reefs, if there were too many reefs, it would still cause irreversible damage to the treasure ship. Especially at this extreme speed, it was very likely that even the protective array could not withstand it and would directly break. The helmsman was terrified, and the rest of the crew followed suit. Lin Yi seemed calm on the surface, but he was actually a madman. They couldn't help but feel like they'd boarded a pirate ship. They wouldn't all die in his hands, would they? Chapter 4634. Originally, they might have only a slim chance of survival, but if someone caused more trouble, they would really die. Everyone was afraid because they did not know the details. If they knew that Lin Yi had a jade pendant that could warn them in advance, they would not be so anxious. Lin Yi's current method was the same as when he was in the South Continent's escort agency festival, which was to rely on the jade pendant to warn them and control the direction. Bang! As they advanced, they suddenly heard a slight collision sound. Just as the helmsman had expected, they had clearly hit a reef. Everyone immediately became alert. If it really was a large reef, then it would really be a big problem. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Although they could hear this kind of slight collision sound every once in a while, it was far less intense than they had imagined. If it was only this degree, it was completely within the range of the giant treasure ship's tolerance. How is this possible? Not only the helmsman, but everyone present was also stunned, including Ramjie and Lan Tiefu. They looked at Lin Yi with disbelief in their eyes. This kind of thing could not be done by a normal person, unless Lin Yi's strength was far above theirs and his divine sense could penetrate the thick sea fog. But this was simply impossible. The people on the huge treasured ship were just shocked, but the spirit beast experts on the other ship were stunned. They looked at the silhouette of the treasured ship that quickly disappeared from their line of sight, and they were all dumbstruck. Wasn't it running too fast? The reason why they specifically chose to move within the sea fog was because they were afraid that the other party would run away regardless of everything. After all, the speed of any treasure ship was not comparable to that of an ordinary ship. Only when the sea fog blocked their movement could they have a chance to succeed. Putting aside the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the ship, the value of the treasure ship alone was enough for them to live freely for a lifetime. However, they did not expect that before they even started to attack the protective formation, the other party would run away as if they had taken the wrong medicine. Moreover, it seemed that they had deliberately rushed into the reef group. What should they do? Although the sea fog had a relatively small impact on spirit beast experts, it was not to the extent that they could completely ignore it. If they sailed the ship crazily like Lin Yi, they would be in big trouble if they simply hit a few reefs and created a hole in the bottom of the ship. The group of spirit beast experts looked at each other and could only give up the chase resentfully. Although it was rare to come across a treasure ship, as long as they had enough patience, there would always be another chance. Although the spirit beast pirates were lawless, they could not do anything. However, he still cherished his life very much. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to risk his life like Lin Yi. Under the shroud of the sea mist, the huge treasured ship had been sailing at its top speed for 2 hours. Everyone on the ship had also been on tenterhooks for 2 hours. Especially the helmsman, who was the most proficient in maritime affairs. He was so scared that he had become numb. A layman would only be watching the show. At most, they would not understand what was going on, but in the eyes of an insider like him, Lin Yi's method was simply subverting his worldview and outlook on life. After galloping for 2 hours in the sea fog, nothing happened to the ship. There was actually such a way to drive a huge treasure ship? After another moment, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. The original visibility of a mere 100 feet suddenly became several thousand feet, and it was still getting further. The heavy sea fog soon disappeared without a trace, and the scene in front of them turned into a boundless blue sky and white clouds. I'll leave the rest to you. Lin Yi then signaled the helmsman at the side to come and replace him. Everyone around him burst into cheers of surprise. Everyone thought that this time, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. They didn't expect that after Lin Yi's actions, it would actually pass without any trouble. Little junior brother, you're so awesome. Shengguan Laner pulled Lin Yi's arm and said happily. Even the little curly bear also danced with joy. Everyone at the side quickly made way for them. This little thing was still holding a huge pair of scissors in its hand. If they weren't careful, it might accidentally cut their family jewels. Putting everything else aside, this kid is indeed quite capable. In the corner, Su Lingchong and Kang Mingming looked at each other and looked at Lin Yi, who was surrounded by everyone as a hero. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. In fact, even Lan Tiefu, who clearly opposed it at the beginning, couldn't help but look at Lin Yi in a higher light now. He hadn't had any dealings with Lin Yi before, and all he knew about Lin Yi came from hearsay. He thought that Lin Yi was like the so-called rookie king, Ma Dongqiang, who was just a pillow with more fame than strength. He didn't expect him to actually have some skills. Not simple at all. As expected of the winner of the South Continent's escort agency grand gathering. This time, it's really an eye-opener for me, Ram Jie said lightly as he looked at Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Ram Jie actually knew about this? However, after thinking about it carefully, the law enforcement hall under this guy's command was not only the law enforcement agency of the 3 major pavilions of the North Island, but also an intelligence agency. Even Shanghai Tianhua knew about it, so naturally, it wouldn't be a secret in his eyes. Hall Master Ram, you flatter me. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. Lin Yi smiled modestly. Gong Yangjie did not say anything else. After exchanging glances with Lan Tiefu, the two of them disappeared silently into the crowd. Since the crisis had been resolved, it was time for the two of them to continue carrying out their mission of protecting Shangguan Lan, in secret. They could not just stand there openly. 7 days later, the giant treasure ship finally arrived at the West Island's pier. It was 2 days later than the scheduled time because Lin Yi had taken a big detour to escape. Even so, it was much better than being trapped in the sea fog or being captured by the spirit beast pirates. Anyway, it was only 2 days late. Ning Xuefei's birthday party would be in 3 days, so the delay didn't matter. The arrival of the giant treasure ship made the originally busy West Island's pier even livelier. The pier was bustling with people, and almost everyone nearby squeezed over to watch the fun. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi and Shanghai Laner took the lead to disembark from the treasure ship. The rest of the people disembarked in line according to their status. Only Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu disappeared. They wouldn't show up in such a public place. Hello, Miss Shangguan. I'm Feng Lu, the special reception envoy this time. I was ordered by the island master to wait for the distinguished guests from the North Island. Thank you for your hard work. A woman in the crowd greeted. Lin Yi glanced at the woman. She also had a young face, but her appearance was ordinary. It seemed that she hadn't undergone any beauty modification. However, what shocked him was that although this woman named Feng Lu didn't reveal any master temperament, she was a master of the profound ascending stage. Chapter 4635. Not only this West Island received special envoys, but Lin Yi also looked around and found that there were a lot of masters in West Island, no worse than the North Island. Masters of Yuanying Realm and Goldcore Realm could be seen everywhere in the crowd. Of course, there were not many masters of Xianxia Realm like Feng Lu, at least they would not be active in this kind of busy city. After a few words of greeting, Feng Lu took them to the palace of the island owner, which was the most central area of West Island. The scenery they saw along the way could be said to be the most prosperous place in West Island. The main street extended in all directions, and there were all kinds of buildings. Everywhere they passed, there were bustling markets and all kinds of high-end and luxurious large shops. Overall, Lin Yi felt that West Island was no worse than Middle Island, especially these buildings were beautiful and even better than Middle Island. After all, West Island was a gathering place for female cultivators, and women were far more persistent in the pursuit of beauty than men. This was Lin Yi's first time coming to West Island, and he was naturally very curious about this legendary camp of female cultivators. He couldn't help but look around, realizing that while there were many female cultivators here, there weren't no men at all. There were still some men in the streets and in the shops. While Lin Yi and his group were looking around, the people of West Island were also watching them. The female cultivators here were far more enthusiastic than they had imagined, and some even blew kisses to Lin Yi and his group in public. I thought West Island was a country of women, but I didn't expect that there were a lot of men here. Although there were fewer than female cultivators, it was about the same as the proportion of female cultivators in North Island, but it was reversed. Lin Yi said in surprise. Little junior brother, you still don't know that men have no human rights here in West Island. Only by relying on female cultivators can you live, so don't run around, or you'll be taken home as a male servant. Xianxia Laner squinted her eyes and smiled mischievously. Male servant? Lin Yi was stunned. Oh, Miss Xianxia is joking. Don't be nervous, Special Envoy Lin. Feng Lu, who was next to him, smiled and explained, but our West Island is indeed dominated by female cultivators, just like your North Island is dominated by male cultivators. Most of the powerful experts here are female cultivators. Although it's not that there aren't any male cultivators, they are very few in number. Most of the male cultivators don't have much strength, and some are even ordinary people. Therefore, they can only rely on female cultivators to survive. Then what if their strength is the same? Their status will also be higher, right? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, there are many things here that only female cultivators can do. There were also some high-class occasions where only female cultivators were allowed to enter. Unless the island lord personally approves a male cultivator, it doesn't matter how strong he is, Feng Lu said without hesitation. I see. Lin Yi nodded. After listening to these words, he had a general understanding of West Island. This was actually a women's rights society, but it was not an absolute women's rights society. In a real women's rights society, there was no room for men to stand out. But here, it was not impossible as long as one had enough strength. As long as one was favored by the island lord, there would be a chance. However, after knowing this, Lin Yi was more and more surprised by Ning Xuefei's performance in the past. Since she grew up in this kind of atmosphere, Ning Xuefei's feminism should be deep-rooted. But after the two previous contacts, Ning Xuefei didn't show any signs of this. He felt that she was similar to Xianxia Laner, an innocent little princess. Is Ning Xuefei also a feminist? Lin Yi asked Xianxia Laner in a low voice. If it were other natives of Heaven Stage Island, they would be dumbfounded. She would be shocked to hear this new term, but Xianxia Laner had been with Lin Yi for so long. Besides, she had been pestering him to talk about the secular world, so she had long been used to this kind of word. Hearing this, she suddenly smiled and said, No, although Fei Fei is a princess of West Island, she didn't receive a completely feminist education. She has the same education as us. But isn't she the heir of West Island? Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Since Ning Xuefei was a princess of West Island, and West Island was a feminist society, it meant that she was likely to be the person who would take over West Island in the future. According to common sense, in this case, she must receive an authentic feminist education, or how could she take over power in the future? She is the heir, and that's why she can't receive a pure feminist education. Otherwise, how can she go out and deal with other masters of Heaven Stage Island in the future? Here, men's status is very low, but it's not the case in other places. If she is really a feminist raised from childhood, how can she change her mentality? Then it will be a big problem. Xianxia Laner said with a smile, but what she said was to the point. Lin Yi then understood that, as Shanghai Laner said, real feminists were almost incompatible with the worldview of others. But West Island couldn't separate itself from the other Heaven Stage Islands. In this case, if a feminist took over the power, there would be a big problem indeed. Maybe she would make enemies on all sides, and her life would be difficult in the future. They walked and looked all the way. When they were about to arrive at the summer palace of the island owner, Lin Yi separated from Xianxia Laner and others. Xianxia Laner went to the residence in the summer palace to rest first, and others also dispersed to do their own things. As for Lin Yi, as the official envoy of North Island, He had to follow Feng Lu to deal with some related matters. The visit of the two islands was no less than the diplomacy of the two countries. Of course, all kinds of tedious procedures were inevitable. After Lin Yi finished all the dizzily busy work, he immediately went to find Shanghai Laner. The residence arranged for Shanghai Laner was in the summer palace of the island owner. According to the rules, no man could enter the summer palace of the island owner, but Lin Yi was an exception. He was the official envoy representing North Island. If they treated him as an ordinary man, it was tantamount to slapping North Island in the face. Besides, a few days ago, Ning Xuefei had specifically told everyone in the summer palace that Lin Yi was her good friend, and they must not neglect him. So after the guards confirmed Lin Yi's identity, they immediately let him go, and even sent a person to lead the way for Lin Yi, in case he wandered alone in the summer palace of the island owner and went to a place he shouldn't go. When he arrived at Shangguan Laner's residence, Lin Yi was about to reach out and knock on the door when he suddenly heard a burst of laughter. Obviously, several people inside were very happy. But besides Shangguan Laner and Ning Xuefei, there was another girl's voice, which sounded very familiar. Chapter 4636. A strange expression flashed on her face, which had always been indifferent. She couldn't help but have a thought in her mind, did I hear it wrong? Lan, this is my best friend whom I've told you about many times before. In fact, she was the one who prepared the materials for the foundation building elixir that I brought to the North Island last time. Ning Xuefei introduced with a smile. Little greater the equal to little greater the equal to said. I've known about this for a long time. She's not only your best friend, Fei Fei, but also mine. We've been through so many letters, and we've known each other for a long time. Shangguan Lan, smiled and took Fei Fei's hand. Yes, we're all best friends. We're a group. After saying that, the three girls immediately laughed together, and they were very intimate. Another girl suddenly wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. What's that? Shanghai Laner looked at her mischievously and smiled at Ning Xuefei. They knew what the other girl wanted to say, but they just didn't say it out on purpose. Why hasn't he come yet? The girl asked shyly with a red face. Who are you talking about? We have a lot of people here this time. If you don't tell me specifically, I don't know how to answer you. Shanghai Laner giggled. That's right. If you don't tell me specifically, how can I know who you're talking about? Ning Xuefei also teased her. In addition to studying all kinds of things, this girl was simply a natural simpleton. Usually, no one would see her blush or be shy. This opportunity was too rare. It's brother Lin, the girl said with a red face. Oh, you're asking about junior brother. I don't know. He said he went to do the formalities, and I don't know when he'll finish them. As Shangguan Lan, spoke up to this point, she suddenly rolled her eyes and said to little curly-coiled bear, how about this, little white, go find little junior brother and tell him that there is a cute girl here who is anxiously waiting for him. She's about to become a husband-gazing stone. Of course not, I'm not a husband-gazing stone. The three girls immediately laughed and played together. When the little curly bear heard this, he dragged his exclusive weapon and walked out the door. When he opened the door, he was shocked to see Lin Yi standing at the door like a block of wood. His eyes stared blankly into the room. His gaze involuntarily fell on the girl. It was Han Jingjing, whom he had been yearning for day and night. The women in the room didn't expect such a scene to appear, and they were all dumbfounded. All of them were a little disheveled, and they quickly turned their heads to tidy up their clothes. Big brother Lin. When Han Jingjing saw Lin Yi, she was pleasantly surprised. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Especially after she learned that Lin Yi would lead a team to West Island this time, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep at night. She even abandoned the research on the casting mechanism that made her forget to eat and sleep. She stayed with Ning Xuefei every day, and the only thought in her mind was to see Lin Yi as soon as possible. Han Jingjing was just pleasantly surprised, but at this moment, Lin Yi was completely stunned. He was different from Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing had known that he was coming, so she had been mentally prepared, but he was not mentally prepared at all. This kind of ecstasy came so suddenly that even with his temperament, he couldn't digest it for a while. He could only stand there in a daze, looking at Han Jingjing in a daze. Jingjing is not a husband-gazing stone. But some people have become the real wife-gazing stone. Ning Xuefei covered her mouth and laughed. I say, when are you two going to look at each other affectionately? How about we clear the room first and then we'll go out first so that you two can have a good look? Shanghai Laner also joined in the fun. Listening to the words of the two women, Han Jingjing's pretty face suddenly became redder, even the roots of her ears were bright red. This kind of delicate and shy feeling was very attractive. Even Ning Xuefei and Shanghai Laner couldn't help but secretly envy her. Lin Yi couldn't help but secretly sigh. After more than 2 years, not only did Han Jingjing become more beautiful and charming, but even her temperament began to mature a little. There was a kind of cute charm of a little woman. Compared to the pure natural dullness of the past, her lethality to men had increased by more than several times. After coming to his senses, Lin Yi suddenly strode in front of Han Jingjing. Ignoring the surprised eyes of Ning Xuefei and Shanghai Laner, he didn't say a word and hugged her in his arms. At this moment, 1,000 words were not as good as a hug. Han Jingjing was caught off guard and let out a low cry. However, after feeling Lin Yi's temperature and heartbeat, the slight estrangement because they hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years was completely melted. Her pretty face was stuck to Lin Yi's chest, full of happiness. Ning Xuefei and Shanghai Laner's eyes lit up as they watched from the side. They had imagined many situations in which Lin Yi and Han Jingjing would meet. Every time the two wrote letters, they would discuss this matter. They even deduced the lines for the meeting countless times, but they never thought that Lin Yi would do this. Lin Yi and Han Jingjing had a tacit understanding. At this time, there was really no need to do anything, and there was no need to say any words of love. It was all superfluous. A hug was enough to make their hearts tightly stick together, and that was enough. The two hugged for a long time. Ning Xuefei and Shanghai Laner were tired. Only then did Lin Yi finally let go of Han Jingjing. He couldn't help but ask, Jingjing, why are you here? When I was transmitted to Heaven Stage Island, I arrived here. Then, by chance, I met Fei Fei and lived with her. Han Jingjing smiled sweetly. Oh, that's good. Lin Yi couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, Han Jingjing's fate was much better than Tian Chan and Sydney. Otherwise, if she really met someone bad, with her ignorant and naive personality, who knew how much suffering she would suffer? Lin Yi didn't even dare to think of that situation. The more pure and kind a person was, the more blessed they were by God. This was the so-called fortune of fools. It was also the will of God. Lin Yi looked at Han Jingjing, and then looked at Ning Xuefei and Shanghai Laner, who were standing on the side, and suddenly smiled sincerely. Of course, at this time, he wasn't thinking of dirty thoughts like the fortune of having 2 wives. Instead, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Because of Ning Xuefei, Han Jingjing was saved from all kinds of troubles, and because of Shanghai Laner, he could reunite with Han Jingjing after a long time. Wasn't this the will of God? Big brother Lin Yi, Jingjing knows everything about you. Han Jingjing suddenly blinked her big eyes and smiled. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Chapter 4637. I'm not a little spy. Shanghai Laner immediately retorted. Then what are you? Ning Xuefei squinted her eyes and asked mischievously. I just see that you two miss junior brother all the time, so I tell you something about him to satisfy your cravings. Shanghai Laner rolled her eyes and raised her head. I don't miss him all the time. Don't confuse me with Jing Jing. I just ask occasionally. Ning Xuefei suddenly blushed. Han Jingjing was Lin Yi's confidant, so it was normal for her to miss Lin Yi. But she herself only had a good impression of Lin Yi, which was far from that level. Oh, I thought you are the same as Jingjing. It turns out that you are not. Then why do you ask her every few days, Fei Fei? Shangguan Laner said with a long tone, harboring malicious intentions. I don't ask about him every few days. Don't talk nonsense. Ning Xuefei retorted with a blush. Seeing that Lin Yi next to her began to look at her in a strange way, she suddenly panicked and quickly changed the topic. Don't talk about me. Think about your own problems first, My own problems? What problems can I have? Shanghai Laner spread her hands disapprovingly. Lon, you're too slow. Lin Yi didn't know Jing Jing when he was in the North Island, so you could be with him every day. But now he has found a confidant in the secular world. Are you disappointed? Ning Xuefei retorted with a teasing smile. Why should I be disappointed? Shanghai Laner looked at Ning Xuefei in confusion, and then looked at Lin Yi and Han Jingjing. He was baffled by what he heard. Don't you understand? Then you can't be with Lin Yi, because he has Jing Jing. Ning Xuefei pointed at Lin Yi and Han Jingjing, who were no longer hugging each other, but still stuck together like glue. Who says I can't? It's not like little junior brother only has Jing Jing. He still has sister Xiao. He also has a confidant on Middle Island, and there's more than one. Shanghai Laner was very familiar with these things. After all, Lin Yi had never hidden anything from her. Najima had told her about Tian Chan and Sydney. Zhongdao also has one and more than one? Ning Xuefei looked at Lin Yi in surprise. She couldn't help but look a little strange. This was the first time she heard of this. What's wrong with that? Do you think we are all feminist like your West Island? Our North Island is dominated by male cultivators. It's normal to have 3 or 4 wives. Shengguan Laner suddenly blushed when she said this. He reacted and said, Why am I telling you all this? Don't think too much, I'm just explaining, I'm not going to do that with little junior brother. Han, you're just confessing. You're so cute. Ning Xuefei was immediately amused. Her mischievous eyes moved back and forth between Shanghai Laner, Han Jingjing and Lin Yi. Her mother often said that she was insensitive and not as meticulous as other girls, but compared with Shangguan Laner and Han Jingjing, her 2 best friends, she was not as meticulous as them. She felt that she was already very normal. Lin Yi didn't know what to say when he heard these words. He could only stand aside and smile awkwardly. Shanghai Laner's eyes subconsciously looked at Han Jingjing. Seeing that Han Jingjing also pursed her lips and smiled with them, without showing any unhappy look, she suddenly relaxed for some reason. She couldn't help muttering to herself that this feeling was really weird. After everyone laughed and played for a while, the atmosphere gradually changed from the surprise at the beginning to warmth. Needless to say, the 3 women were all good friends, and Lin Yi had a deep friendship with them. Even Ning Xuefei and he had an unforgettable experience in the far North Island, so he naturally didn't feel alienated when he got along with the 3 women. In the 2 years in West Island. Jingjing, what have you been doing? This topic couldn't be avoided. Han Jingjing could know about Lin Yi through Shanghai Laner, but Lin Yi didn't know about her. But even if he didn't know, he could probably guess that this girl must be studying something, such as making an automatic alchemy furnace. I won't tell you first. Brother Lin Yi, you and Jingjing will know it. Han Jingjing stuck out her tongue cutely and deliberately kept him guessing. Oh, did she study out some good treasure? Seeing this, Lin Yi was stunned and immediately became interested. He immediately urged Han Jingjing to take him there. Ning Xuefei and Shanghai Laner naturally wouldn't be left behind. A group of people immediately rushed to Ning Xuefei's exclusive research room excitedly, even leaving dinner behind. As soon as he stepped into the research room, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. This was not a room, but a hall. It seemed that at least 5 or 6 rooms had been specially opened. Such a large hall could even hold an indoor 100-meter sprint competition. It was worthy of being the exclusive research room of the Princess of West Island. Looking around, there were all kinds of strange things in various shapes. Lin Yi thought that he had seen a lot, but at this moment, it was like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. The room was full of things, but he couldn't recognize any of them. He couldn't help but say, "Did you make a future science and technology museum?" This was not an exaggeration at all. Han Jingjing always liked to study all kinds of things, and Ning Xuefei happened to be a kindred spirit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a large research room. After the 2 women met, they were even more out of control. Almost everything that passed through their hands would be changed beyond recognition, so there was such a scene in front of them. The room was filled with their research results, and the scope of their research was absolutely incredible. From cultivation to daily life, there was nothing missing. Although 99% of them were worthless waste, The remaining results were important inventions that could change the entire world if they were taken out. Han Jingjing was undoubtedly a genius, and Ning Xuefei, as the Princess of West Island, was extremely talented and could use any resources of West Island at any time. Such a person who was cultivated from an early age was naturally not worse than Han Jingjing. One had a typical scientific thinking in the secular world, the other had an ancient inheritance from the Heaven Stage Island, one had endless wonderful ideas, and the other had a vast and majestic knowledge. When the two of them met, they were a perfect match and complemented each other. This was a scientific research team made in heaven. Lin Yi was dizzy by the strange inventions in the room, while Shanghai Laner and Little Curly Bear seemed to have discovered a new continent, shouting and jumping excitedly. Chapter 4638. It wasn't the first time they came here, but there weren't so many things here the last time they came, especially not so many technological products. It was only after the Central Chamber of Commerce appeared that it became popular on Heavenstep Island, but the things in front of them obviously couldn't be bought in any Central Chamber of Commerce. Every item here was a unique invention. Jing, have you and Xuefei been busy with these things? After Lin Yi roughly looked around, like Shanghai Lena, he couldn't help but pick them up and carefully observe them one by one. He wanted to rely on his insight to see the specific use of these things. Of course, these were Han Jingjing and Ning Xuefei's whims. Some seemed to be clear at a glance, but in fact, the use was completely different from what they imagined. Some simply couldn't understand at all. Of course not. What you see is just the work of me and Jing in our spare time. It's not our main work. Ning Xuefei winked at Han Jingjing and said, "What you're about to see is the most important research result of the past 2 years. Although it's still a semi-finished product, once it's completed, it will shake the entire Heaven Island." "What the hell is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Hurry up and say it. Don't keep us in suspense." Shanghai Laner couldn't wait. In the previous correspondence, she vaguely knew that the two women seemed to be researching something, but she had never been clear. After all, she wasn't like Ning Xuefei and Han Jingjing who liked to tinker with research. In this regard, she was purely a layman. "Then come with me. I promise to open your eyes." Ning Xuefei smiled mysteriously and took the lead to walk inside. This huge research room actually had an inner room, which was the core research results of her and Han Jingjing. "Pretending to be mysterious," Shanghai Laner muttered, but she didn't slow down at all. She followed closely behind Ning Xuefei with the Little Curly Bear. "What the hell is it?" Lin Yi was also completely intrigued. Big brother Lin Yi will know when you see it. This thing may be able to help you." Han Jingjing smiled mysteriously and pulled Lin Yi's hand to walk inside. "Tell me?" Lin Yi was stunned. When he walked into the research room, he was stunned speechless. Although this inner room was not small, it was at least half the size of the outer room. However, it was not as messy as the outer room. It looked a lot more spacious. There was only one thing in total, a huge box. "What is this?" "It's actually made of superior dark steel." "Where did you get so much superior dark steel?" Shengguan Laner and Little Curly Bear circled around the box curiously. She was a person who knew what was good and what was bad. Dark steel was a rare commodity, not to mention top-grade dark steel. This kind of good material was usually not used to forge magical weapons. Using so much top-grade dark steel to make a big metal box, he was simply an invincible prodigal. Could this be? Lin Yi looked at it thoughtfully. His attention was not on the material but on the internal structure of the dark steel box. The various structures inside were extremely exquisite and complicated, but it looked somewhat familiar. He felt that this thing was somewhat familiar. Han Jingjing was about to introduce it, but Ning Xuefei covered her mouth and said mysteriously, "Guess." "Let's see if you can guess it. This is Jing's and my painstaking efforts, and it was specially made for you. If you can't guess it, then you're a heartless man. Then, we won't give it to you. We'll keep it for ourselves." "Heartless man?" Jing has no problem saying this, but little junior brother didn't do anything to you, Fei Fei. What right do you have to say that he's a heartless man? Shangguan Lan squinted at Ning Xuefei with evil intentions. She was taking revenge for what she had done to Ning Xuefei just now. I'm saying this for Jing Jing. Ning Xuefei suddenly blushed. She stole a glance at Lin Yi and saw that he was looking at the dark steel box thoughtfully. She breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. Han Jingjing smiled at the side without saying a word. Lin Yi looked back and forth at the internal structure of the dark steel box. He pondered for a moment and said, "Is this thing used for forging?" After all, Lin Yi had been with King of Garbage for so long, and he was a dabbler in the art of blacksmithing. His understanding of blacksmithing was far deeper than a layman's. He didn't know the structure of each part of the box, but he had a rough idea of how it looked like a foundry. After all, he'd seen these things in King of Garbage's secret base before, just that the shape was different. Forging? Shengguan Lan was stunned. She looked at the black iron box again, but she was still confused. She couldn't see what this thing had to do with forging. All the forging masters in the world needed to choose a unique forging environment, and at the same time, they needed to be equipped with all kinds of forging facilities. How could it be placed directly in a black iron box? Brother Lin Yi is so smart. This is an automatic forging mechanism. Han Jingjing admitted with a smile. Well, at least you have a good eye. Our efforts didn't go to waste. Ning Xuefei nodded and said, "It really is?" Lin Yi was still in disbelief after getting a clear answer. He'd never seen anything like this before, and even the King of Garbage's jaw would have dropped to the floor in shock. Han Jingjing's words especially surprised him. Wait a minute, Jingjing, you're saying that this is an automatic weapon crafting mechanism? That's right. As long as the casting formula is set up in advance and the corresponding materials are put in, someone will be watching from the side and make some minor adjustments depending on the situation. The rest is controlled by itself. It's even easier to operate than the god's pesticide cauldron. Han Jingjing giggled. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard that. He suddenly thought of King of Junk's current predicament. He quickly asked, "Can it accurately control the fire?" "Of course we can. Controlling the heat is the most basic requirement. Our automatic casting mechanism can even accurately control a series of environmental factors such as air pressure, humidity, and so on. Only by doing this can we ensure that the casting process is foolproof. What do you think? Aren't we awesome?" Ning Xuefei proudly raised her head. That's great. That's great. This problem can finally be solved. Lin Yi was surprised and delighted. Chapter 4639. No matter how experienced a blacksmith was, there would always be errors in the control of the fire. Many weapons would have flaws because of this, and some would even give up halfway. However, the automatic casting mechanism was different. As long as the casting formula was set correctly, there was almost no possibility of it going wrong in this aspect. It just happened to make up for the King of Junk's shortcomings in this aspect. He would definitely be ecstatic when he knew about this. Brother Lin Yi, don't be too happy just yet. Our automatic casting mechanism is not truly completed yet. In fact, it is only a semi-finished product. Han Jingjing poured cold water on him helplessly. Semi-finished product? Lin Yi's expression suddenly froze. Was it too early for him to be happy? Yes, although the general structure is almost complete, there are still some technical problems that have not been solved. Now, we are waiting for the electronic components of the Central Chamber of Commerce. Han Jingjing nodded. Lin Yi almost choked when he heard that. He could not help but said in surprise, "Cough cough, this thing needs electronic components?" "Yes, otherwise how could it be intelligent? This kind of intelligent chip component is relatively difficult to obtain. It is impossible to get it on Heavenly Island." Fortunately, the Central Chamber of Commerce suddenly appeared, just in time to provide charcoal in the snow. Han Jingjing laughed. The Central Chamber of Commerce even sells this kind of specialized chip component? Lin Yi could not help but be surprised again. It was fine that the Central Chamber of Commerce set off a wave of technological products on Heavenly Island, but he did not expect that they would even sell intelligent chip components. Were they planning to complete industrialization on Heavenly Island? Yes, but those intelligent chip components are too eye-catching. We dare not rashly place an order, afraid that it will attract attention. This kind of thing is actually very sensitive. It may leak the secret of our automatic casting mechanism, so we have to be careful. Ning Xuefei nodded. Then what about you guys? Laner asked curiously. Hee, I asked Feifei to order some digital equipment from them. Although they are all high-end goods, they are all consumer goods that can be enjoyed. No one will suspect anything even if I buy a lot of them. The transistors and various electronic devices can be disassembled and used, and the chip components can also be pieced together. I believe it won't be a big problem. Han Jingjing smiled confidently. Her confidence in this aspect was really unparalleled. It's a pity that the Central Chamber of Commerce is too slow. We've reserved it for so long, but the digital equipment still hasn't been delivered to us. It's taking so long. I'll get someone to hurry them up later, Ning Xuefei said with a pout. Oh, could it be that they are deliberately refusing to sell? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. That's not true. Their Central Chamber of Commerce has to rely on my mother to do business here. How could they have the guts to not sell on purpose? Ning Xuefei stuck out her tongue. This place was different from the North Island. Although the North Island was controlled by the 3 pavilions, the environment was relatively relaxed. Any Chamber of Commerce could enter as long as it had the strength. But it was not possible in the West Island. Women's rights dominated here, and the overall atmosphere was very united and exclusive. To do business here, one had to obey the Ning family. If the Ning family was unhappy, no matter how powerful the Chamber of Commerce was, it would not be able to survive here. Why is that? Lin Yi asked curiously. Hee, the main reason is that the digital equipment that Jingjing ordered are not common goods. Even in the secular world, only a few places sell them, so they don't have any stock in hand. They can only reserve them first and see when they can deliver them. This is also the privilege of Feifei. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to reserve them, Han Jingjing said with a smile. I see. Lin Yi suddenly understood. With the Central Chamber of Commerce's current momentum, even if ordinary people had a lot of spirit jades, they could only buy whatever they had. Only privileged people like Ning Xuefei could make this special request. After all, the Central Chamber of Commerce wanted to survive in the West Island. As long as the things were not too difficult to get, they would definitely satisfy them. At most, it would be a little troublesome for them to purchase the goods separately. After a pause, Lin Yi suddenly said, By the way, Jingjing, don't you feel that the Central Chamber of Commerce is unfathomable? I wrote a letter to Lingshan and the others in the secular world before, and they even replied, through this Central Chamber of Commerce. Yes, they can connect to the secular world, and they are indeed very powerful. So after settling this automatic casting mechanism, Jingjing decided to research this next. It's just that there is a lack of information right now, and I can't find any clues in a short period of time. But since the scientists in the center can achieve it, Jingjing won't be any worse than them. Han Jingjing clenched her fists excitedly. If there was anything in the world that could make her so excited, it would probably be an unsolvable problem like this. Ugh, Jingjing, you're too amazing. You even want to research this? Lin Yi slapped his forehead and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. When he himself encountered something like this, he would only think of asking Zhang Liju for help, or trying to sneak into the Central Chamber of Commerce to get this core secret, but when it came to Han Jingjing, she was excitedly researching it all by herself. As expected, the thinking of a genius was not something a normal person could imagine. At least in this aspect, Han Jingjing was miles ahead of Lin. This sounded shocking, but if one thought about it carefully, all of Han Jingjing's inventions, including the godly pesticide cauldron, were all extremely overpowered. If it were someone else saying this, Lin Yi would definitely take it as a joke, but it wasn't impossible when it came to Han Jingjing. Who knew his dream of traveling between Sky-class Island and the secular world might come from her? Hee, Jingjing isn't that amazing. Han Jingjing smiled shyly. Let me be alone for a while. Lin Yi was speechless. She even wanted to research something as overpowered as traveling between the secular world. Wasn't that amazing? Were there any other amazing people in the world? Oh, then Lanu, let's go out. He wants to stay here alone with Jingjing. Ning Xuefei took the opportunity to smile playfully. Let them look at the Wangfu stone and the Wangfu stone to their heart's content. Let's go eat first. I'm hungry. Shengguan Laner echoed with a smile. The banquet should be almost ready. You two just stay here for a while. Don't be too late. The official envoy of North Island can't be absent from the banquet. Ning Xuefei grimaced mischievously, then pulled Shengguan Lan out of the door. Little Curly Bear wanted to play in the research room for a while, but in the end he was dragged away by the two women by the ear. Chapter 4640. Previously, because of the existence of Ning Xuefei and Shengguan Laner, although their hearts were burning, they always restrained it. But now that a man and a woman were alone in a room, the longing that had accumulated for 2 years was suddenly out of control. Hug! Han Jingjing suddenly murmured with a red face. Lin Yi smiled slightly, reached out and held her in his arms. The two were tightly attached to each other, like glue, and did not separate for a long time. Hey, why are they so conservative? Shouldn't a man and a woman be alone be dry wood and hot fire? How can they just hug each other and be done? Ning Xuefei, the princess of West Island, lied on the crack of the door of the research room without caring about her image, and her face was full of disappointment. She thought that Lin Yi and Han Jingjing would have further intimate actions, and deliberately pulled Shanghai Laner to lie on the crack of the door for so long. As a result, these two did nothing but hug each other. They were really two pieces of wood. Feifei, you are so bad. You even want to see things that are not suitable for children. I really can't stand you. Shanghai Laner said with a scornful face. Well, since you are so noble, can you not squeeze me? Why are you so eager to grab my seat? Ning Xuefei looked at Shengguan Lan, who was lying on her head, and curled her lips speechlessly. These two girls completely forgot that Lin Yi was a master at the peak of the early stage of Yuaning realm, and the strength of his divine sense was far beyond the existence of the same level. Even a fool could notice that they were lying on the crack of the door so blatantly, let alone Lin Yi. The West Island Envoy Mansion was not far from the Island Master's Palace. This was a place specially used to receive envoys from all sides. At this moment, Su Lingchong and Kang Mingming had just settled down. For the convenience of the task, the two of them specially asked to be arranged in the same room, so that they could discuss and act at any time. Su Lingchong was sitting and drinking tea, while Kang Mingming was serving tea by the side. At this time, a subtle red shadow suddenly flashed in the window and landed on the table in front of them. Their eyelids suddenly twitched. It was a bloody bat. The blood bat was a spirit beast that was used for internal communication. A secret code was tied to it. It was actually a message from the mysterious man. Su Lingchong and Kang Mingming couldn't help but look at each other. It wasn't strange at all to receive this kind of secret message when they were in the North Island, but now they were far away in the West Island. They didn't expect that they could also receive it, which was a bit incredible. More importantly, as soon as they settled down, a secret message arrived. His timing was so precise. It was truly astounding. Su Lingchong and Kang Mingming looked at the blood bat on the table. They looked at each other and unconsciously revealed a thoughtful expression. However, it was not the time to think too much. Su Lingchong reached out and took the letter. After reading the contents of the mission, his expression became a little strange. What happened to young Master Su? Kang Mingming consciously stepped aside and asked. At his level, he couldn't read this kind of high-level secret message. Once the rules of the center were violated, the consequences would be unthinkable. He did not have the guts to do so. Read it yourself. Su Lingchong casually threw the letter to Kang Mingming. The mysterious man didn't ask for secrecy, and the mission needed him and Kang Mingming to complete it together. Of course, there was no need to hide it. Kang Mingming hurriedly took the letter and read it carefully. After a while, he suddenly looked up at Su Lingchong and said weakly, "Young Master Su, I don't understand it. I forgot about this." Su Lingchong patted his head. Then he remembered that the secret code in the letter needed to be specially learned, and ordinary people couldn't understand it at all. At Kang Mingming's level, he was not qualified to learn the secret code of the center. Kang Mingming smiled embarrassedly and had to hand the letter back to Su Lingchong. He waited to hear the rest. The superior assigned 2 tasks. The The first task is to find a way to participate in a trial in West Island and collect a kind of medicinal material called Thunder Xian Ratan. This task is quite normal, and it shouldn't be too troublesome to carry it out. But the second task is a bit weird. Su Lingchong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What's the second task? Kong Ming hurriedly asked. The superior asked us to find a way to prevent Lin Yi from making friends with people in West Island, especially not to let him make friends with powerful and influential people. If this trend appears, we must try our best to destroy it and never let him get what he wants. Don't you think this task is weird? Su Lingchong said with a puzzled look. Before, the mysterious man had warned him in person that he couldn't touch Lin Yi without permission, or he would have to bear the consequences. Now he suddenly assigned such a task. It was obvious that he didn't want West Island to be Lin Yi's help. Su Lingchong really couldn't figure out what kind of deep consideration the superior had for the time being. And the key was that he really didn't know how to do the second task. As the official special envoy of North Island, it was normal for Lin Yi to get close to any high-level official in West Island, and others couldn't find fault with it. How could Su Lingchong destroy it? He couldn't run to people and say that Lin Yi was a treacherous and cunning guy, could he? Not to mention that it wouldn't work. If he really did that, the first thing Su Lingchong would do when he returned to North Island, he would be held accountable by Shanghai Tianhua. This second mission is my area of expertise. Kong Xiaoming's eyes lit up after he heard it, and he said excitedly, Specialty? What's your specialty? Su Lingchong was stunned. Hee, it's a little hard to say, but in front of you, Child Su, I won't flatter myself. Child Su, have you forgotten that I'm best at harming others without benefiting myself? If you ask me to do something big alone, I may not succeed, but if I just want to ruin someone else's business, it's just a piece of cake. Kong Ming rubbed his hands excitedly. When it came to this, he almost said that he couldn't do anything right but was good at spoiling things. Is that true? Su Lingchong's heart moved, but he still said with uncertainty, but you've cheated Lin Yi a lot before, but it seems that you've never really cheated him, right? Being exposed by Su Lingchong, Kong Ming suddenly blushed. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, This is mainly because the nature is different. I used to want to deal with Lin Yi, but I underestimated his strength every time. But this time it's different. We don't need to deal with him. We just need to make things difficult for him. It's much easier. At that time, I'll think of a way to trick him. Seeing that Kong Ming was so confident and reasonable, Su Lingchong had confidence in him. He nodded and said, Well, you'll be in charge of this. If you do a good job, I'll personally ask for a reward from my superior. Thank you, Child Su. I won't let you down this time. Kong Ming was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 46-41. Ever since he found out that Zhong Pingliang was suddenly promoted to the North Island Special Envoy, he had been suppressing his anger. In the past 2 years on Heavenly Island, he felt that he had to surpass Zhong Pingliang in every aspect. Why was this kid able to rise to the top in one step and be on equal footing with Su Lingchong, while he had to continue being a small fry? Not satisfied, Kong Ming was not satisfied. Every time he saw Zhong Pingliang's arrogant look, he felt unhappy from the bottom of his heart. This time, he finally got a good opportunity to make a career. He must let the higher-ups see his ability, and then he must step on Zhong Pingliang again, to see who was the real boss. Well, as for the first task of collecting Thunder Xian Ratan, it's not urgent, we'll see when the time comes. The most important thing now is to keep an eye on Lin Yi. Su Lingchong squinted his eyes and said, Collecting Thunder Xian Ratan required participating in the trial of West Island. There was no other way but to wait for now. Yes, Master Su, don't worry, Kong Ming promised again and again. While the two were talking, a woman's voice suddenly came from outside. This was the steward of the envoy's mansion of West Island, who came to inform the people of the North Island to attend the banquet. After the people from the North Island gathered, they were immediately led by the steward to the banquet hall of the island master's palace. A sumptuous banquet had been prepared here, specially to welcome the people from the North Island. Everyone arrived one after another: Lin Yi, Han Jingjing, Shengguan Laner, Ning Xuefei, and the others finally arrived. They kept talking and laughing along the way, which made Lin Yi and Han Jingjing a little embarrassed. These two girls were making fun of them just now. Why are you so late? At this time, a woman stood up from the main seat in the center of the banquet hall, waving to Ning Xuefei from afar. Lin Yi heard the voice and looked over. This woman looked about 30 years old, quite beautiful, especially with a mature and graceful temperament. Compared with Ning Xuefei and the other girls, she had a different kind of charm, but what really attracted Lin Yi's attention was not these, but the woman's hidden strength. He couldn't see any signs at all, so it must be unfathomable. Aunt Yen, I'll show them around. Ning Xuefei stuck out her tongue and smiled, stepped forward to hold the woman's arm intimately, and introduced to Lin Yi. This is the Deputy Island Master of West Island, the famous woman Yen Xinlan, who is very famous in the whole 5 islands of Heaven stage. And Aunt Yen has been very good to me since I was a child. Junior Lin Yi pays respect to Deputy Island Master Yen, Lin Yi said solemnly. His current identity was the official envoy of the North Island, and his every move represented the image of the 3 major pavilions in the North Island. This Yen Xinlan was the West Island's Vice Island Lord, and she was a legendary woman who was renowned in the 5 major islands of Sky Division. For her to personally come out to receive them was already a sign of how much she valued Lin Yi's group. After all, the North Island didn't send out any substantial big shots this time. No matter how good the relationship between the 2 islands was, it was impossible for the West Island Lord to lower herself to come out personally. The difference in status between them was too big. Envoy Lin is young and promising. Please be seated. Yen Xinlan nodded and smiled gracefully. She took a deep look at Lin Yi, then looked at Han Jingjing and Shanghai Laner, who were snuggling next to him. She especially found that even Ning Xuefei was a little close to Lin Yi unconsciously. Seeing this, she couldn't help frowning slightly. As the Deputy Island Master of West Island, Yen Xinlan was naturally a typical feminist. It was shameless for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in her eyes, especially when it involved Ning Xuefei, the future heir of West Island. How could this be? Of course, she didn't like it. Now it was time to welcome the envoy of North Island and to promote the everlasting friendship between West Island and North Island. Yen Xinlan wouldn't embarrass Lin Yi at this time anyway. She still had this kind of tolerance. Lin Yi and the others looked at each other. They nodded and sat down at once. Looking at the delicious food on the table, they couldn't help drooling. Although there was no shortage of food on the sea, it was monotonous. These were the authentic delicacies of West Island. Lin Yi couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Come on, we're all on the same side. Don't be nervous. Ning Xuefei said with a smile. Lin Yi and the others looked at each other and immediately started to eat. Their table was the main table. In addition to Yen Xinlan, Ning Xuefei, and Han Jingjing from West Island, only Lin Yi and Shengguan Laner from North Island could sit at the main table. Others were not qualified. Of course, with the status and strength of Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu, there was no problem for them to sit at the main table. But they wouldn't show up in this kind of public occasion, let alone sit at the main table that was in the limelight. Among the 5 people at the table, Yen Xinlan was the high and mighty Deputy Island owner of West Island. Her status was much higher than that of Lin Yi and the others, so it was difficult to maintain a harmonious atmosphere under normal circumstances. But she was a very smart woman and had a unique advantage in creating an atmosphere. With a few warm words and a few harmless jokes, the atmosphere was naturally harmonious. Especially among the people sitting at this table, except for Yen Xinlan herself, the others were all close friends. Of course, at this time, they wouldn't hold back. The only thing that made Yen Xinlan frown a little was that Ning Xuefei was a little too attentive and intimate to Lin Yi. The dignified princess of West Island actually put food into Lin Yi's bowl in public. What would people think if this was spread out? Yen Xinlan just frowned at this scene, but Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming, who were sitting in the corner far away, saw this, and their whole faces twitched. Damn it, this is the task that the higher-ups just assigned. They were just thinking about how to drive a wedge between Lin Yi and the higher-ups of West Island, but in the blink of an eye, they saw Ning Xuefei put food into Lin Yi's bowl in person. How could they bear this? Although Ning Xuefei's strength was not high, she was the future helmsman of West Island. If they allowed her to be so close to Lin Yi, maybe the whole West Island would be under Lin Yi's control in the future. Then, Su Lingchong and Kang Mingming would be scolded to death by the higher-ups. Zhao Ming, how to solve this? Su Lingchong frowned and poked Kang Mingming. He knew that Ning Xuefei and Lin Yi had some personal relationship. After all, when Ning Xuefei went to North Island before, Lin Yi accompanied her all the way. But at that time, he just thought it was because of Shanghai Laner, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. Kang Mingming nodded calmly, his eyes rolling back and forth between Lin Yi and Ning Xuefei, and he glanced at Yan Xinlan from time to time. Evil ideas kept popping up in his mind. After a while, he suddenly patted his head and excitedly whispered something in Su Lingchong's ear. Good, good, good. This trick is sinister enough. You are really a talent. Why didn't I think of such a sinister trick? Quick, go and arrange it. It's better to do it as soon as possible. Su Lingchong was suddenly shocked. Chapter 46-42. He hurriedly urged Kang Mingming to put it into action. At the same time, he could not help but sigh that there was really a specialization in every field. Kang Mingming was not good at other things, but he was born to be good at this kind of sinister task of doing bad things. As for her, Kang Mingming nodded with a sinister smile, then got up and left quietly. No one knew what he went out to do, but he came back not long after he left. Those who didn't know might think he just went to the toilet. How's it going? Before Kang Mingming sat down, Su Lingchong couldn't wait to ask. Hey, it's all done. Child Su, just wait for a good show later. Kang Mingming smiled proudly. He was good at this kind of thing. Although Lin Yi seemed to be surrounded by beautiful women and enjoyed the happiness of having multiple partners, making all the men in the world envious, jealous, and hateful, he would not be able to laugh soon. At that time, he would just wait to cry. Well, I'll remember you for the top merit this time. Seeing that Kang Mingming was so confident, Su Lingchong immediately felt at ease. After all, the strategy that this guy just offered was really sinister. It could make Lin Yi embarrassed, but it would not force him to do something desperate. It was perfect for completing the task from the top. No one noticed the little tricks of Su Lingchong and Kang Mingming from beginning to end. The welcoming banquet was still going on. After 3 rounds of drinking, the atmosphere became more and more harmonious. Laughter and jokes came one after another, and people toasted each other back and forth. In particular, the female officials of West Island were quite generous. They did not refuse the toasts of the men of North Island. The atmosphere was much warmer than expected, and it was a harmonious scene of the 2 islands being close and friendly. Although Lin Yi's table was not as open as the people below, they were also talking and laughing. From time to time, there would be a burst of sweet laughter like silver bells. At this time, a woman suddenly broke in from the gate. At first, it did not attract other people's attention. After all, most people were a little drunk at this time, and even the guards at the gate could not help but relax their vigilance. What's more, she was a woman. West Island had always been very tolerant to women. However, what happened next caused the joyous atmosphere in the banquet hall to come to an abrupt end. After looking around, the woman walked straight to the main table in the middle, crying as she walked. Finally, she stopped beside Lin Yi and wept at Lin Yi with a face full of hidden bitterness. After witnessing this scene, everyone chose to keep quiet and stared at each other. What was going on? Not only the crowd, but even Han Jingjing, Shangguan Lan, and Ning Xuefei couldn't help but look at each other. They looked at the girl in surprise, and at the same time, they turned to look at Lin. Lin Yi was also puzzled. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly at the girls, not knowing what this woman who suddenly appeared was trying to do. Who are you? In the end, it was Yan Xinlan, the deputy island master of West Island, who broke the deadlock first and asked in a deep voice. I'm just an ordinary woman. I didn't mean to disturb everyone's fun today, but I really have no choice. The child in my belly can't be born without a father. With that, she suddenly hugged Lin Yi and cried, Lin Yi, I've finally found you. You're so cruel, aren't you? How can you just leave us alone like this? How are we going to live if you do this? As soon as she said this, there was a sudden uproar. Everyone looked at Lin Yi in shock. It turned out that the special envoy of North Island appointed by Shangguan Tianhua was such a heartless man. This is little junior brothers. Shangguan Laner looked back and forth between Lin Yi and the woman with a shocked face. She couldn't help covering her mouth in surprise. Ning Xuefei looked at the woman who suddenly appeared with a face full of suspicion. She was not as naive and pure as Shangguan Laner. Han Jingjing had a strange expression on her face. She grew up in the secular world and had seen all kinds of magical scandals. She didn't expect it to appear on Heaven Stage Island. All of a sudden, the pressure of the whole audience was focused on Lin Yi, and they all had the posture of denouncing the heartless man. Looking at the situation at this time, Su Lingchong, who was hiding in the corner, suddenly laughed slyly. Not to mention, it seemed that this trick really worked. This kind of dirty trick was completely a common trick in the secular world. It was a trick used by those playboys. However, it was very rare on Heaven Stage Island, where the folk customs were relatively simple. After all, in places like North Island and West Island, one had more men than women, and the other had more women than men. There were not many male and female cultivators who could have the opportunity to be together, let alone blackmail people with the children in their wombs. Looking at this scene, Su Lingchong felt that no matter how Lin Yi dealt with it, the relationship between him and Ning Xuefei would definitely be destroyed. This trick of Kong Mingming was simply too fucking evil. This guy was really good at spoiling things. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi was not nervous at all. He slightly circulated the true qi in his body, and the woman hurriedly let go of him due to the pain. He looked around calmly, and his eyes fell on Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming, intentionally or unintentionally. His intuition told him that this matter definitely had something to do with these two. Lin Yi, go back with me, okay? I beg you, I'll give you everything. It doesn't matter how many women you want to find, as long as you don't abandon me, don't abandon our child. The woman continued to cry with snot and tears. Lin Yi secretly frowned when he heard this. This woman who came out of nowhere was really good at acting. If she was in the secular world, she would have the strength to compete for all kinds of awards. Listening to the woman's emotional crying, the expressions of the people present became more and more subtle and strange. No matter whether they were familiar with Lin Yi or not, at least they could see that this guy was really popular with women. To be exact, it was so good that it made people's hair stand on end. Looking at the women around him, each of them was a rare beauty in the world. What was more ridiculous was that each of them was more noble than the other. If he could get the favor of any one of them, he could die without regret, let alone so many of them together. If it was any other man present, if he had Shangguan Laner, Ning Xuefei, and other beauties around him, it would be perfectly normal for him to abandon other common women. If he did not become a heartbreaker, wouldn't it be intolerable by God? Envy, jealousy, and hate. Although these people from the North Island were in awe of Lin Yi, all men had the same position on this kind of matter. Lin Yi, a heartbreaker who did not know how lucky he was definitely their opposite. Chapter 46-43. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to make a sound, waiting for Lin Yi's reaction. Unexpectedly, the first one to speak at this time was Yan Xinlan. This graceful deputy island owner of West Island darkened her face for the first time, and said in an unhappy tone, "Special Envoy Lin, you can talk about these private things at home. Don't affect everyone's mood here, or you will not only lose face, but also your North Island." Yan Xinlan had a little problem with Lin Yi just now. As a feminist, she deeply hated men's behavior of hugging women, especially when it involved Ning Xuefei, the heir of West Island. But because of the situation just now, it was not good for her to change her face, so she could only suppress this little bit of displeasure in her heart. But now that such a farce had happened, as the host of the banquet, she couldn't keep her face anymore. This Lin Yi looked like a rare talent, but she didn't expect him to be such a bastard who abandoned her after using her. Damned heartless bastard. Yan Xinlan's words were equivalent to directly determining Lin Yi's character. Although she didn't embarrass Lin Yi, she had already shown her and West Island's attitude towards this matter. Everyone present couldn't help whispering and talking, pointing at Lin Yi, who was still sitting still as if nothing had happened. Things had come to this point, and he was still pretending. This guy was really thick-skinned, and he deserved to be the famous pretentious head. Island owner Yen is right. Lin Yi, you are such a disgrace to our North Island, and you have even lost our face to the Outer Island. How dare you be the official special envoy like this? Our North Island has lost all its face because of you. Kong Ming seized the opportunity to jump out and scold him. The key to framing someone was not to give the other party a chance to explain, so as to create a preconceived impression on everyone. Then, strike the iron while it's hot and make the crime real. In this way, no matter how he explained, it would be useless. He would only make it worse, and the more he explained, the more people would look down on him. At this time, the situation was just right. Kong Ming stood out and shouted. It was just the right time to hit Lin Yi when he was down. Not to say that Lin Yi would completely become the public enemy, but at least he would be disgraced. In the future, no matter who was close to such a scumbag with a ruined reputation, they would have to weigh the pressure of public opinion, let alone Ning Xuefei, the princess of West Island, who was high above the masses. Seeing that he was about to be condemned by everyone as a scumbag and a heartless man, Lin Yi was not anxious at all at this time. He turned his head and looked at Kong Ming and Su Lingchong meaningfully. Sure enough, it was these two guys who did it. Being glanced at by Lin Yi, Kong Ming's face suddenly stiffened. He didn't know whether it was because of the psychological pressure or the pressure of his aura. It was as if his heart had been hit by a heavy hammer. He staggered and almost fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even the expression of Su Lingchong, who was by his side, was obviously slightly unsightly at this moment. Just a glance caused them to feel an enormous amount of pressure. This fellow Lin Yi has actually grown to such a terrifying extent. When they thought that the strength of the middle stage of nascent soul realm was destroyed by Lin Yi with one move before, the two of them felt even colder in their hearts. The complacency that they had just had because of the success of their tricks suddenly disappeared. Even if they could really make Lin Yi suffer a lot this time, this guy was still a strong enemy that could not be underestimated. But fortunately, this time, they could finally make this bastard suffer a big loss. They could just collect some interest first. Later, when their superiors agreed, they would find a way to kill this sworn enemy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Yi's lips curled up into a playful smile as he looked at the girl who was still putting on an act despite her tears. Although this situation was embarrassing, it was nothing more than a child's play in his eyes. There were at least 100 ways to reverse the verdict for himself. Lin Yi was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Ning Xuefei, who was sitting next to him, opened her mouth first. Looking at the woman up and down, she turned to look at Kong Ming and said, "It's just a one-sided story from this woman. How can you be so sure? Did you know the inside story long ago? Isn't it obvious? She didn't care about her reputation and came knocking on our door. It's related to her reputation and integrity. Which girl in this world would joke about something so important?" Kong Xiaoming said stubbornly. Everyone nodded in agreement. A woman's reputation was a big deal no matter where she was. It was so in the North Island, and it was even more so in the West Island where women's rights were supreme. Women here just had a high status, but it didn't mean that they didn't have the shame that women should have. Oh, a woman's reputation is really important, but let me ask you a question first. Who do you think is prettier, me or her? Ning Xuefei suddenly changed the topic. Quack. Kong Ming suddenly froze, and so did all the people present. They looked at Ning Xuefei and the woman back and forth with strange expressions. Ning Xuefei was the standard beauty, while the woman's beauty could only be regarded as average at most. The difference was like heaven and earth. The answer was obvious at a glance. Kong Ming didn't know what was going on, but he didn't dare to say anything. This was the base camp of West Island. If he dared to say that Ning Xuefei, the princess of West Island, wasn't he courting death? What was more, it was a lie. Anyone with eyes knew the answer. Even if Kong Ming was out of his mind, he wouldn't dare to say the second answer. Of course, the princess is prettier. Kong Ming had to answer truthfully. Since you think I'm prettier, then it's strange. Let me ask you, if it were you, would you choose me or her? Ning Xuefei continued to ask. Hearing this, there was a sudden uproar. They couldn't help but look at each other. Even Yan Xinlan couldn't help but frown. What on earth is this girl planning? Of course, the princess? Kong Ming and Su Lingchong looked at each other in confusion and had to continue to answer. After all, this was not a multiple-choice question at all. Putting Ning Xuefei and this woman together, even a fool would know who to choose. Alright, if even you know what to choose, then why didn't Lin Yi choose me? Why did he choose her? Or do you really think that Lin Yi is a fool who can't distinguish beauty from ugliness? Ning Xuefei raised a complacent smile at the corner of her mouth. When Kong Ming heard this, he was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of goddamn logic is this? It's totally different from Lin Yi's abandonment after seducing her, right? However, in the face of Ning Xuefei's question, he had nothing to say for a while. Although Ning Xuefei's words were a little far-fetched, they were not without reason. The key was that this was the princess of West Island. How could he, Kong Ming, have the courage to contradict her in public? Not only Kong Ming, but also all the people present at this time had a puzzled look on their faces. Even the woman who was deeply immersed in her role couldn't help but forget to cry. She could only stare at Ning Xuefei blankly and couldn't say a word for a long time. Chapter 46-44. Yan Xinlan couldn't help frowning again. Of course, she knew that Ning Xuefei was defending Lin Yi, but in this way, it proved that the relationship between Ning Xuefei and Lin Yi was ambiguous. Otherwise, why would she ask such a question in public and ask why Lin Yi didn't choose her but that woman? This was not something that a princess of West Island should say. Thinking of this, Yan Xinlan looked at Ning Xuefei's strange expression at the moment and suddenly froze. Thinking of the things that were destined to happen at the birthday party, she thought, is this girl trying to convey her feelings to Lin Yi? Aunt Yan, I think there's something wrong with this woman. Catch her and interrogate her strictly. Let's see if she's lying or not. I'd like to know who is so bold that he dares to frame the special envoy of North Island on this occasion. This is to drive a wedge between the friendly relationship between West Island and North Island. Don't take it lightly, Ning Xuefei said with a hint of coldness in her tone. As soon as she said this, the temperature of the audience suddenly dropped a little. Although Ning Xuefei was usually simple and lovely, she was the successor of West Island after all. Her words absolutely carried weight here. Yan Xinlan was slightly stunned when she heard this. She was prejudiced against Lin Yi purely because she hated a libertine like Lin. She was afraid that Ning Xuefei would be cheated by him if she was too close to him. But now that Ning Xuefei spoke for Lin Yi in public, as the deputy island owner, she couldn't refute her in public. Otherwise, outsiders would think that the high-level officials of West Island didn't agree with each other, and that would be a big problem. Guards! Yan Xinlan gave the order and immediately summoned 2 royal guards. Although they were both women, they were clad in military armor and emanated a murderous aura. Especially since they were able to work in the island lord's palace, their strength was naturally not weak. Looking at this aggressive stance, the woman who came out to frame Lin Yi was immediately scared to the point of wetting her pants. Say something. Didn't you promise me that everything will be fine? As long as I cooperate with you, I'll be fine. The woman turned to look at Kong Ming and shouted in panic. She had only come here to earn some spiritual jades. She had never thought that she would lose her life. However, before the woman could finish her sentence, Kong Xiaoming rushed up and kicked her in the head without caring about anything else. He kicked her until all her teeth fell out. He said furiously, "You slut, don't slander me. I know, you must be a spy sent by other islands. Not only do you want to drive a wedge between our North Island and West Island, but you also want to destroy the friendship between us. Now that you've failed to frame senior brother Lin, you're trying to frame me instead. How vicious of you." Woo 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 woo. The woman's mouth was full of blood. After being kicked by Kong Ming, she was unable to speak. Her hair was disheveled as she fell to the ground and howled in pain. Staring at Kong Ming, her eyes were full of hatred. She wanted to eat his flesh and gnaw his bones. Unfortunately, it was impossible for her to do anything at this time. Kong Ming's reaction was not slow. At first glance, it did sound plausible. However, most of the people present were discerning. They all knew that the truth had come to light at this point. No matter what secret was behind it, at least it was certain that Lin Yi was framed. Special Envoy Lin, how do you think we should deal with it? Yan Xinlan knew that she had wronged Lin. She felt a little guilty in her heart. Besides, this kind of thing should be decided by Lin Yi himself. After all, he was the only victim. For the sake of the relationship between the two islands, she should give him a satisfactory explanation. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at the woman on the ground in fear and trepidation, and then looked at Kong Ming, who was eager to cover up. He smiled faintly and said, "As a guest, I'll leave the people of your island to your island to deal with. I have no opinion. Besides, I didn't receive any loss. But it's rare for you to have such a bearing at such a young age." Yan Xinlan couldn't help but think highly of Lin. Then she ordered the Imperial Guard, "Take her away, give her a warning, and let her go." Yan Xinlan didn't intend to investigate further. She could judge that this was most likely a prostitute, otherwise she would not come here to do this kind of thing. Prostitutes were pitiful, especially in West Island. Their status was looked down upon by other women. If it was not a last resort, no one would be willing to do this. Yan Xinlan didn't want to embarrass her. Seeing this, Kong Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yan Xinlan didn't intend to investigate further, then he would be fine. Naturally, he'd be fine. Lin Yi wouldn't do anything to him just because he had some suspicions, would he? He didn't have any evidence anyway. The farce was over. Kong Ming felt scared and lucky. He returned to Su Lingchong's side with a sullen face, lowering his head and not daring to look at others. Su Lingchong's face was full of depression. He couldn't blame Kong Ming for what happened today. In his opinion, the plan had been perfect, and the effect had been achieved. If Ning Xuefei hadn't suddenly intervened, Lin Yi would have been reviled by thousands of people and become a real scumbag and heartless man. Ning Xuefei is too partial, isn't she? She spared no effort to exonerate Lin Yi. This can't work. I have to think of another way quickly. I can't let her be friends with Lin Yi. If it goes on like this, the whole West Island will become Lin Yi's home in the future. Su Lingchong looked helpless, while Kong Ming was speechless. Just now, even Yan Xinlan, the deputy island owner, got mad, but in the end, she was still reversed by a few words from Ning Xuefei. She was so fucking unlucky. Child Su, I didn't do my job well and let you down. Kong Ming had to lower his voice and apologize. He said too much before, and now he really had no face to face Su Lingchong. It's not your fault this time. We can only blame ourselves for not expecting that Ning Xuefei would be so partial to Lin Yi. If she really had an affair with Lin Yi, shouldn't her first reaction be to denounce him? At least she should ask clearly first. How could she defend Lin Yi without even asking? Su Lingchong pinched his chin and smiled bitterly. It's too hard to guess a woman's mind. Child Su, what should we do next? Should we think of another way quickly? Kong Ming asked. Well, this matter can't be delayed for too long. If Lin Yi really has an affair with Ning Xuefei, then it will be too late. Su Lingchong nodded and then said, but we can't do it today. After such a thing happened, they must be on guard. If we do it again, it will be easy to be seen through. Let's go back and think about it. Next time, we can't make any mistakes. Yes, we can only do this first. Kong Ming nodded helplessly, and at the same time he began to have evil ideas again. After such a farce, the atmosphere of the welcome banquet was a bit weird. It was no longer as warm as before. After a while, it ended hastily, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Chapter 46-45. The birthday party was scheduled for 3 days later. These days, Lin Yi did nothing but report to the island owner's summer palace on time at dawn. Every day, he stayed in the research room with Han Jingjing, Shanghai Laner, and Ning Xuefei to tinker. This semi-finished automatic casting mechanism was very important to him and the King of Junk. Although the electronic components were not in place yet, it didn't mean that they couldn't do anything. Casting was painstaking work, and making this kind of automatic casting mechanism was even more painstaking work. Every part was worth considering and improving. Of course, Han Jingjing and Ning Xuefei were the main force to do these things. Lin Yi and Shanghai Laner were just helping them. Lin Yi, a dabbler in casting, could be of some use, and Shanghai Laner was just joining in the fun. As for little Curly Bear, he was directly sent to the outer room by them. It would be lucky if he didn't make trouble for them. 3 days passed peacefully. On this day, the long-awaited birthday party finally arrived. It was not just a birthday, but Ning Xuefei's 18th birthday. It was a grand festival that belonged to the whole West Island. Although Ning Xuefei was the princess of West Island, it was just an ordinary birthday, so there was no need to make such a big fuss. At most, Shanghai Laner would bring 2 master guards to the North Island, but there was no need to send such a big delegation. The island owner's summer palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and everyone was beaming with joy. They gathered in the Intercontinental Banquet Hall in the center of the palace. This was the largest banquet hall in West Island, a sacred and solemn place since ancient times. It was only opened on grand festivals, and Ning Xuefei's coming-of-age ceremony was certainly no less important than any festivals. There was still some time before the birthday party officially began, but Lin Yi arrived at the Intercontinental Banquet Hall in advance. After entering, he found that it was divided into several areas, and each area had clear text labels. The largest area here was naturally the guest area of West Island. In addition, there were Central Island, North Island, South Island, and even East Island. Among the 5 major islands of heaven rank, the East Continent was a high and aloof place. Generally, only people from other heaven rank islands would go to the East Continent to visit, but very few people from the East Continent would come out to support them. It could be seen that although the people from the West Island were all female cultivators, their strength and connections were not to be underestimated. But this only surprised Lin Yi a little, not too much. After all, West Island was the overlord of a region, and it wasn't strange for them to have this kind of foundation. However, when Lin Yi saw another district sign, he suddenly froze. There were 2 words written on this sign, South Island. Lin Yi couldn't help looking back at the previous sign that said South Island. Wasn't there already South Island? How could there be a separate South Island? Is it? Lin Yi suddenly thought of a possibility. South Island and South Island seemed to be the same place, but strictly speaking, they actually represented completely different meanings. South Island was a general name for South Island and the surrounding sea area of South Island. There were a large number of human cultivators here, but South Island was the base camp of the Single-Finger Spirit Beast clan. At this moment, not only Lin Yi, but also the ghost thing couldn't help but be a little shocked. It seemed that this time, not only human cultivators from the sea area of South Island came to West Island, but also the Spirit Beast clan? Didn't the Spirit Beast clan always have nothing to do with human cultivators? How could they have such a friendship with West Island? Lin Yi and the ghost thing were full of doubts, but they had no one to ask at this time. The girls who had been staying together before were not around. Needless to say, Ning Xuefei was the protagonist of this birthday party, and she was busy dressing up at the moment. As her best friends, Han Jingjing and Shanghai Laner naturally accompanied her at this time, so now only Lin Yi was alone. The standard of this birthday party was far larger than expected. It seemed that all the elites of the 5 islands of heavenly stage would be gathered. It was the first time for Lin Yi to attend this kind of banquet, so he could broaden his horizons. After walking around, Lin Yi found a seat in North Island and waited for the birthday party to officially start. After about half an hour, the gate of the Intercontinental Banquet Hall was bustling, and all the guests from the 5 islands of heavenly stage finally entered one after another. Lin Yi raised his head and glanced at them, then closed his eyes again. At this time, those who entered were not powerful figures, so naturally, there was nothing to see. Those real big shots, because of their status, had to appear at the end of the birthday party. But what made Lin Yi feel a little confused was that although the big shots hadn't appeared yet, people in all the districts had been seated one after another, except for South Island, which was empty, without a single person. After another moment, a large group of female guards suddenly rushed in from the gate, and the atmosphere of the scene became hot in an instant. The protagonist appeared. Surrounded by these women, Lin Yi saw Ning Xuefei at a glance. Although this girl was the princess of West Island, her previous dress was not much different from that of ordinary people. But today was different. Today was her big day. Even if she was unwilling, she had to dress up carefully. Even Lin Yi, who had been familiar with her at this moment, suddenly saw such a beautiful and delicate Ning Xuefei at this moment, he couldn't help but be amazed. She was really a heavenly beauty. At this time, Han Jingjing and Shengguan Laner were also accompanying Ning Xuefei. Standing together, the three women each had their own merits, causing all the guests to be amazed, and they couldn't help but sigh. There was actually such a stunning beauty in the world, and this trip was really not in vain. Although the three women suddenly attracted everyone's attention, there was another woman beside them who was not inferior to them at all. This woman had the appearance and temperament of 30 years old, and her eyebrows were 70% similar to Ning Xuefei's, but her graceful and noble air was far from comparable to Ning Xuefei's. Ning Xuefei and the others were stunning, but this woman was shocking. Between her frown and smile, there was a compelling heroic spirit, making people unconsciously want to surrender under the hem of her skirt. Seeing this woman's first reaction, Lin Yi actually thought of the legendary Empress Wu Zetian in the secular world. This woman was one of the few top big shots in the 5 Heaven Stage Islands, the West Island Lord, Ning Shangling, who controlled an island force alone. This was the first time that Lin Yi saw this legendary West Island Lord. Before this, he had a lot of conjectures in his heart, but at this moment, after seeing the real person, he knew that his conjectures were too small. This was a peerless beauty, but she was definitely not just a woman. Chapter 46-46. Ning Shangling glanced at the audience with a smile, and then led Ning Xuefei and the others to the main seat in the center. There were 5 elegant phoenix chairs of different sizes. Ning Shangling sat in the middle, Yan Xinlan, the deputy island master, sat on her right, and Ning Xuefei on her left. Shanghai Laner and Han Jingjing also had their own special seats. The host had already taken her seat, which meant that the birthday banquet had officially begun. At this moment, all the big shots from the 5 Heaven Rank Islands finally showed up one after another, and came to offer gifts to celebrate the birthday. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that among these people, he actually found a few acquaintances. The first to appear was a big shot from Middle Island. He wasn't an ordinary sect, but the dignified deputy island master of Middle Island. However, it wasn't the will of heaven, but Chu Wenyan. Lin Yi wasn't familiar with this person, and had only met him once. It was said that he had a good relationship with the will of heaven. Of course, this relationship was just good, and it was far from the point of advancing and retreating together. With Chu Wentian's identity, he came to congratulate West Island. After all, this was only Ning Xuefei's birthday banquet, not the birthday banquet of Ning Shangling, the island master of West Island. Middle Island specially sent such a deputy island master, and it was obvious that they wanted to express their goodwill. Chu Wenyan presented a sincere gift, and after exchanging a few words with Ning Shangling in public, he went to the VIP area of Middle Island and sat down. After him, the big shots from East Continent came in. Of course, the mysterious and vast East Continent didn't have an island master, and it was impossible for them to send a big shot with the same status as Chu Wenyan. After all, it wouldn't be a surprise, but a shock. East Continent's status had always been extremely aloof, and it had never established diplomatic relations with the other Heaven Rank Islands. The guest from the Eastern Continent this time was the Eastern Continent's Morning Pride Golden Female Academy's Deputy Dean, Lu Ziyu. From the name, it was obvious that it was similar to the Morning Star Academy he had seen before. After all, they were both Golden Rank Academies, but the difference was that this was a female academy. As the name implied, it only accepted females, and was similar to those female academies in the secular world. Although the dean and vice dean of any academy in the Eastern Continent couldn't be said to have monstrous power and influence in the Eastern Continent, if they came out from the other Heaven Stage Islands, they would be major characters equivalent to vice island masters. The reverence that everyone present showed towards this vice dean Lu Ziyu was not the slightest bit inferior to Chu Wenyan. Lu Ziyu had also given her a great gift. She seemed to have quite a good personal relationship with Ning Shangling. This could be seen from the way the two of them spoke. It was no wonder that she would specially rush over from so far away to attend Ning Xuefei's birthday banquet. Lin even speculated that Ning Xuefei would very likely go to the Eastern Continent's Morning Pride Golden Female Academy to further her studies in the future. This was an unwritten rule among almost all the major factions on the various Heaven Stage islands. Core disciples, especially successors, had to have the qualifications to study in the Eastern Continent's island master. This was not only for the sake of increasing one's strength, but also to broaden one's horizons. More importantly, it was to use this opportunity to rope in the major characters of the Eastern Continent. Even if they couldn't become allies, they definitely couldn't become enemies. Otherwise, Ning Xuefei might not be able to sit firmly on the position of West Island Master in the future. Chu Wendian represented the Middle Island, while Lu Ziyu represented the Eastern Continent. After these two major characters, the one who came with the congratulatory gift was the representative of the Southern Continent. After clearly seeing who it was, Lin Yi was instantly surprised and delighted. Compared to the two before him, this representative from the Southern Continent was really not considered a major character. Many people only glanced at him and didn't pay him any attention. However, Lin Yi was different, because this was an old acquaintance of his. Qi Wenhan, the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, represents the Southern Continent's Escort Agency Alliance to congratulate Miss Ning on her birthday. Qi Wenhan strode forward with his head held high, and presented his gift in a loud and clear voice. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little excited. He really didn't expect the representative of the Southern Continent to be Qi Wenhan. However, when he thought about it, although this was unexpected, it was also reasonable. The Southern Continent's Escort Agency Alliance was the representative of the Southern Continent's Sea region, and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was now the overlord of the Southern Continent's escort agencies. It could be said that it was reasonable for him to represent the Southern Continent. This time, it wasn't Qi Ziyuan who came, but Qi Wenhan. The other meaning behind this was probably to take this opportunity to let Qi Wenhan build more connections, so that it would be convenient for him to take over the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in the future. Lin Yi looked at Qi Wenhan from afar. Of course, when old friends met, they should get together and have a good chat. However, his current seat was a little far, and the guest areas of the North Island and the Southern Continent weren't next to each other, so Qi Wenhan couldn't see him at all. He had to find a chance later to catch up. After Qi Wenhan took his seat, the next person to present his gift was Lan Tiefu. As a disciple of the Shanghai Tianhua of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, he presented Ning Xuefei an expensive gift on behalf of the North Island. Although the official special envoy of the North Island this time was Lin Yi, his status was obviously not enough. After all the people who came this time were big shots. Even Qi Wenhan had the chance to take over the Southern Continent's escort agency in the future. On the North Island side, only Lan Tiefu or Ram Jie could come forward to control the situation. This time, it was Lan Tiefu who came forward, which meant that Ram Jie had no interest in this kind of thing. With his aloof personality, he really didn't like this kind of work. Moreover, the two of them were ordered to protect Shanghai Laner in secret. Now that Lan Tiefu showed up in public, Ram Jie couldn't show up even more. After Lan Tiefu, the guests from the Central Island, the East Island, the South Island, and the North Island had taken their seats one after another. Everyone turned their eyes to the door, whispering to each other. At this time, only the South Island was left. They didn't know which spirit beast clan, which had never contacted the outside world, would send a gift to the Princess of West Island this time. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the atmosphere was slightly stagnant for a moment. Suddenly, at the door, a figure strode in with majestic gait, looking around and flying. In an instant, he became the focus of the whole audience. Even the protagonists like Ning Shangling and Ning Xuefei were overshadowed by him. Everyone couldn't help but think of one word in their hearts. Who is this master of the Spirit Beast clan? The Spiritual Beast clan had never had any contact with the outside world, so there were only a few high-ranking members that the world was familiar with. However, the person who had appeared this time was an extremely unfamiliar face to everyone. Everyone discussed spiritedly, who was this expert from the Spiritual Beast clan? He can't be just an ordinary minion, right? Isn't that a public provocation? Even as powerful as the Spirit Beast clan, they may not have the guts to casually provoke West Island, right? While people were still talking, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw this figure. Others didn't know this guy, but Lin Yi had seen him once when he accidentally broke into the Spirit Beast conference, and he definitely had a deep impression of him. This master who represented the Spirit Beast clan of South Island was actually the new Azure Dragon. Chapter 46-47. Lin Yi couldn't help swallowing his saliva secretly. The unforgettable experience in the South Island last time made him deeply understand the power and horror of the Spirit Beast clan. This Azure Dragon was a horrible existence at the same level as Vermilion Bird, and he was at least a master of the sea-splitting stage. Lin Yi didn't know whether there were other masters of the sea-splitting stage present, nor did he know the strength of Ning Shangling, the owner of West Island. But at least he could be sure that in terms of strength alone, this new Azure Dragon was at least in the top 3. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to overtake the host with only his fierce momentum. Azure Dragon, the elder of the Spirit Beast clan of the South Island, congratulates Miss Ning on her birthday on behalf of the king. Although Azure Dragon's momentum was astonishing, his words were not out of line. After giving out the generous gifts, he immediately went to the VIP area of the South Island to take his seat. This could not help but make those who were prepared to watch the show disappointed. They had thought that the Spirit Beasts were unruly and unruly. Why were they so disciplined? If Azure Dragon knew what people were thinking at this moment, he would definitely laugh 3 times. The Spirit Beast clan was indeed unruly, but they were not fools. This time, they specially came out to attend the birthday party of the Princess of West Island to get close to her, so that it would be convenient for them to do things in the future. They didn't come out to find enemies. Everyone looked at Azure Dragon from afar. At this moment, there was no one around him, nor was there any attendant. It seemed that he was the only one from the Spirit Beast clan of the South Island. But even so, with this guy's strength and status, it was enough to show that the Spirit Beast clan attached great importance to the West Island. Obviously, the West Island also knew the news in advance, otherwise, it would be impossible to prepare the VIP area of the South Island in advance. It was just that they didn't expect that Azure Dragon would come alone. Azure Dragon sat in the VIP area of the South Island and glanced at the audience. If it were someone else, he would feel a little unnatural to be the center of attention, no matter how good his psychological quality was, but he didn't feel it at all. On the contrary, those who were glanced at by him unconsciously withdrew their gazes. There was no other reason. This guy's momentum and deterrence were too terrible. People who were slightly weaker would have a nervous breakdown after being glanced at by him, and it was possible that they would be scared to pee on the spot. Who dared to look at such a monster? Lin Yi also lowered his head nervously. It was not that he was afraid of looking into the Azure Dragon's eyes, but he was afraid of being recognized by the Azure Dragon. Although their appearances were different, it was difficult to associate him with the appearance of the Azure Dragon when he had barged into the Spiritual Beast Conference. However, this Azure Dragon was at least at the sea-splitting stage. Who knew what kind of heaven-shaking and earth-shattering divine abilities he had? Lin Yi was still feeling a lingering fear. Lin Yi was lowering his head when he suddenly felt 2 sharp gazes behind him. He was shocked. However, when he turned around, he discovered that the 2 gazes belonged to Lan Tiefu and Ram Jie. Lan Tiefu sat not far from Lin Yi, while Ram Jie sat alone in an inconspicuous corner in order to fool others. At this moment, the 2 of them were not looking at Lin Yi, but at the Azure Dragon through him. It could be seen that both Lan Tiefu and Ram Jie were interested in this new Azure Dragon. They were the higher-ups of the 3 pavilions on the North Island. Azure Dragon had suddenly appeared in the world on behalf of the Spiritual Beast clan, and no one knew what would happen next. Therefore, this matter would inevitably attract the attention of all human forces. The 2 of them had to find out the details of Azure Dragon, so that the 3 pavilions on the North Island could prepare countermeasures in advance. Just as Lin Yi was secretly speculating, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying gaze. Lin Yi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This gaze did not carry any oppressive aura, but the simple pressure of the gaze made his hair stand on end. This feeling could no longer be described as terrifying, but only as terrifying. Lin Yi turned around subconsciously, and sure enough, the owner of this gaze was Azure Dragon. However, Azure Dragon was not looking at him at the moment, but at Lan Tiefu and Ram Jie. This was clearly a counterattack against the two of them who were staring at him. Lin Yi's interest was piqued when he saw this. There was no doubt that the new Azure Dragon was powerful, and Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu were also people with unfathomable strength. He wondered what the outcome of their secret confrontation would be. Lin Yi initially thought that this confrontation of gazes would last for a while, but to his great surprise, Ram Jie was obviously unable to hold on after only a short while. He withdrew his gaze somewhat awkwardly, and Lan Tiefu quickly withdrew his gaze as well. Azure Dragon was the only one who still maintained an extremely aggressive gaze. However, when he looked at Lan Tiefu and Ram Jie again, there was an obvious hint of contempt in his eyes. Lin Yi was shocked at once. Given Azure Dragon's strength, it was not surprising that he could have the last laugh. What surprised him was that Ram Jie, the #1 person among the new generation in the North Island, was actually so weak in front of Azure Dragon. Although Lan Tiefu was suspected of deliberately withdrawing his gaze, he probably would not be able to hold on for long. At the end of the day, although Lan Tiefu and Ram Jie were powerful, that was only relative to the younger generation of experts. There was still a big gap between them and the true top-notch existences. It was obvious that the new Azure Dragon of the Spirit Beast clan was a veteran expert whom they could not contend with at the moment. At this point, Lin initially thought that this matter would come to an end. However, to his surprise, Azure Dragon suddenly stood up and walked straight toward the North Island's VIP area, attracting everyone's attention at once. Seeing Azure Dragon striding over, Lin Yi was at a loss for words. Although this newly appointed elder of the Spiritual Beast clan was powerful, his tolerance was a little too low. He had only been glanced at by Lan Tiefu and Guang Jie, yet he was trying to cause trouble for them in front of everyone? However, to Lin Yi's surprise, after Azure Dragon arrived at the North Island's VIP area, he did not look for Lan Tiefu and Ram Jie. He did not even look at them. Instead, he stopped directly in front of himself. Looking at Azure Dragon's half-smile face to face, Lin Yi hurriedly stood up. He could not help but feel his scalp tingle. Could he have discovered my identity? Ha, nice to meet you, Special Envoy Lin. I've heard about your heroic deeds in Southland. You're really young and promising, Azure Dragon suddenly said with a smile. What? Heard about my heroic deeds in Southland? Hearing this, Lin Yi was so scared that he almost turned around and ran. Any normal person would have been scared to the point of going insane. Does this mean that he has seen through my identity? Chapter 46-48. Special Envoy Lin, you don't have to be surprised. Although I'm in the South Island, I know everything about South Continent. Azure Dragon still had a smile on his face, and it seemed that he really didn't mean to hurt Lin Yi. Lin Yi let out a breath of relief. Southern Continent and Southern Island were only one word apart, but the difference in Azure Dragon's words was huge. If he'd said Southern Island, then Lin Yi would have known for sure that he'd been recognized. But now that he'd said Southern Continent, then it had to be about the Guizhou Escort Agency Festival. Elder Azure Dragon, you flatter me. I'm just doing my friend a favor. It's a piece of cake, Lin Yi said lightly. Your piece of cake is a legend for those people in South Continent. Are you saying that they are too weak or that you are too strong? Azure Dragon smiled non-committally. Without waiting for Lin Yi's answer, he continued, I'll also visit North Island in the future. I hope Special Envoy Lin can introduce me to you. After saying this, Azure Dragon ignored the surprised eyes of Lin Yi and other people and turned back to the VIP area of South Island alone. What on earth is this guy up to? Lin Yi's mind was full of doubts at the moment. He didn't know why Azure Dragon suddenly came to him, and he didn't know why this guy said these words. What was the deep meaning behind it? It was really confusing. Lin Yi was puzzled, and everyone else present was even more baffled. The Azure Dragon elder of the Spirit Beast clan was actually trying to strike up a conversation with a young disciple from the Northern Island's Clear Cloud Pavilion. This kind of thing was simply incomprehensible. No matter how you looked at it, the difference between them was just too big. Because of Azure Dragon, Lin Yi had become the focus of the audience at this time. Qi Wenhan, who hadn't noticed him before, was suddenly surprised and happy. He never dreamed that he would meet Lin Yi in West Island. If it weren't for the fact that his every move represented the South Continent Sea, And if it weren't for the fact that this occasion was too important and sensitive, Qi Wenhan would definitely rush over and give Lin Yi a bear hug. But now, he could only suppress his excitement and wave at Lin Yi from afar. Lin Yi quickly noticed this scene. He immediately threw Azure Dragon to the back of his mind and gestured to Qi Wenhan, indicating that after the birthday banquet ended, they would find a time to have a proper gathering. While Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan greeted each other. At this moment, Lan Tiefu and Ram Jie, who were also sitting in the VIP area of the northern island, could not help but fall into deep thought. They stared at Azure Dragon's back, as if they wanted to see through him completely. What the Azure Dragon said to Lin Yi just now was clearly heard by both of them. This was a huge incident that had to be reported to the higher-ups immediately. Azure Dragon's sudden appearance to attend the birthday banquet of the Princess of West Island was already very suspicious. Now, he even said that he was going to visit the northern island. What was the Spirit Beast clan going to do? How could he come out and walk around? Was he going to publicly break the agreement signed by the Spirit Beast King and the Human Alliance? A large part of the reason why the 5 Heaven-rank islands were able to maintain peace all these years was because of this treaty. Otherwise, with the estrangement between the Spirit Beasts and human cultivators, a war could break out at any time. That would be a huge matter. The banquet continued. But everyone's eyes were still unconsciously fixed on the VIP area of the southern island. The impact of Azure Dragon on them was too great. Although he came to congratulate the Princess of West Island, everyone could clearly see the restlessness of the Spirit Beast clan from his action. Maybe this was a sign that the Spirit Beast clan was going to go out of the southern island. Thinking of this, everyone shuddered with fear. There was no doubt that the Spirit Beast clan was powerful and terrible, but they never went out of the southern island, so human cultivators could sit back and relax. But now, once the Spirit Beast clan was going to come out, it would definitely bring a big change to the 5 Heaven Stage Islands. Even if they didn't start a war. But wherever they went, the hidden threat they brought to human beings was enough to change the general trend. The 5 Heaven Stage Islands that had been peaceful for many years were bound to rise again. Maybe it would be another super chaotic world. Thank you for coming all the way here to support us. Today is my daughter's 18th birthday. It's also a rare day for West Island. On behalf of all the sisters in West Island, I thank you here. After Ning Shangling said this, everyone looked away from Azure Dragon, and the banquet finally returned to its normal rhythm. For my daughter's birthday, let's raise our glasses together and drink up the wine in our glasses. No one will go back tonight. Ning Shangling smiled and raised her glass. Drink up the wine in our glasses, no one will go back tonight. Everyone echoed in unison in high spirits, and the originally somewhat depressing atmosphere was instantly stirred up. Everyone raised their glasses high and drained them in one gulp. Although Ning Shangling was a woman, women in West Island couldn't be judged by common sense. Not to mention that she, the owner of West Island, was noble and cold when she was quiet, graceful when she was enthusiastic, and her every move on this occasion was even more magnificent. As the owner of an island, she actually came down to toast in person. From the beginning to the end, she went to every VIP area and drank up the wine in one gulp. The whole audience roared and applauded. Sure enough, women were not inferior to men. Ning Shangling came out for a toast, and Ning Xuefei, naturally, had to follow her. She had the demeanor of a mother in a situation like this, and her drinking was clean and neat as well. Even Lin Yi was a little surprised. Was this girl trained since she was young? Wherever Ning Shangling and Ning Xuefei went, they naturally became the unique focus of the whole audience. This time, when they walked to the VIP area of the North Island, they deliberately stopped in front of Lin. Although they were toasting to all the guests from the North Island, people with discerning eyes could see that there was obviously a deeper meaning. Feeling the strange eyes of the people, Lin Yi couldn't help but secretly smile bitterly. Just now it was Azure Dragon, and now it was Ning Shangling. She made him the focus of the whole audience twice. Did he activate the protagonist's halo today? Why did all the big shots come over? While toasting, Ning Xuefei blinked at Lin Yi as if to express something, but Lin Yi was confused. Although he was familiar with Ning Xuefei, they didn't have a tacit understanding to understand each other's thoughts with just a look. What did she mean? After the toast, as usual, Ning Shangling should immediately go to the next VIP area, but this time she unexpectedly stayed a little longer. She took a deep look at Lin Yi and said with a smile, "You are Lin Yi, right? Fei Fei has mentioned to me many times, thank you for taking care of me before." Chapter 46-49. Well, I hope you have the strength. Ning Shangling nodded slightly, then turned around and left. Ning Xuefei took a deep look at Lin Yi, then followed her mother. Lin Yi rubbed his head strangely. What did she mean by having the strength? Somehow, he always felt that Ning Xuefei's eyes were a little strange, and he didn't know what they wanted to express. Ning Shangling and Ning Xuefei left, but Shanghai Laner and Han Jingjing stayed. Compared with following Ning Shangling to toast everywhere, they preferred to stay with Lin Yi, which was much more comfortable. Do you two feel that Fei Fei's expression is a little strange? Lin Yi couldn't help asking. Shanghai Laner and Han Jingjing had been staying with Ning Xuefei all the time, so they should know some inside information. Strange? The two women responded in unison. After being stunned for a while, Han Jingjing said thoughtfully, "But really, I think Fei Fei seems to have something on her mind, but she just doesn't want to tell us. She has always been like this. She looks careless, but if something really happens, she will always handle it by herself and will never take the initiative to tell us. I'm used to it." Shanghai Laner shook her head helplessly. Careless? Lin Yi couldn't help glancing at Shanghai Laner. It seemed that she was the only one who could be described as this. Although Ning Xuefei's status was similar to hers, their situations were actually quite different. Shanghai Laner was the apple of Shanghai Tianhua's eye. She had never felt any pressure since she was a child, and she had never said that she wanted to take over Soaring Pavilion. Besides, it was difficult for a woman to do that in the North Island, so she was so carefree. But Ning Xuefei was different. Although her character was similar to Shanghai Laner's, she was the future heir of West Island. It was absolutely deceiving herself to say that she had no pressure. No matter how tolerant Ning Shangling was to her, she would never relax her comprehensive training. The princess of West Island, who was raised in this kind of environment, must be a very persevering existence in her bones. Otherwise, how could she shoulder the whole West Island in the future? After 3 rounds of drinking, the atmosphere at the scene was completely on the right track. The masters from all walks of life, who were a little restrained before, obviously became more frequent with each other. Ning Xuefei's birthday party was just an excuse. The key reason why these big shots came to West Island from thousands of miles away was to build relationships. But in this situation, they not only had the opportunity to build a good relationship with West Island. He would also have the chance to get in touch with the other big shots of Heaven Stage Island. Under normal circumstances, there would not be so many important figures gathered together, especially the top-notch elders of the spirit beasts. When the atmosphere was in a good mood, Ning Shangling, who had returned to the main seat, suddenly stood up again. Everyone consciously quieted down at once. This was not only a courtesy to the host, but also a reverence to the owner of West Island. Even Azure Dragon, a spirit beast elder who was rebellious and had incredible strength, was afraid of Ning Shangling. At this moment, they all looked at Ning Shangling tactfully, waiting for her to speak. Friends from the 5 islands of Heavenly Stage, on behalf of the entire West Island, I would like to thank you again for coming. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, I would like to announce an important thing to all of you. Ning Shangling's eyes slowly swept around the audience. Seeing that everyone was waiting, she continued to announce, "As you all know, today is not only my daughter's 18th birthday, but also her coming-of-age ceremony. According to the rules of West Island, I will choose a husband for her." As soon as she said that, the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Lin Yi and the others had never heard of this rule, so they were all shocked. But some people had prepared for it. Obviously, this was a traditional practice of West Island. Somehow, Lin Yi suddenly felt a little lost at this moment. Strictly speaking, his relationship with Ning Xuefei was actually limited to good friends, far from romantic love. But at this moment, when he suddenly heard that Ning Xuefei was going to get married, the feeling of emptiness in his heart was real. Lin Yi suddenly shook his head. Ning Xuefei was going to get married sooner or later. After all, she was the heir of West Island, and the choice of her husband was directly related to the overall situation and stability of the whole West Island. This kind of thing must be put on the agenda early, but he did not expect it to be so sudden. At this time, Han Jingjing seemed to know what was on Lin Yi's mind. She suddenly held Lin Yi's hand tightly, suddenly blinked her big watery eyes, and said in a low voice, "Brother Lin Yi, Jingjing and Fei Fei are good friends, we don't want to be separated." Yes, me too. Shanghai Laner also blurted out, but then she suddenly blushed. She felt something was wrong, so she quickly added, "What? I mean, we are going back to the North Island, and there is no chance to see each other. If Fei Fei gets married, it will be even less. But as long as she marries junior brother, there will be no problem. In that case, even if she is the princess of West Island, she can often come to the North Island to play with us." Lin Yi was speechless for a while. Shanghai Laner was more straightforward than Han Jingjing. Just because they wanted more chances to be together, they urged him to pursue Ning Xuefei. The logic of these two girls was so simple and straightforward that it was cute. But they were too naive. Ning Xuefei was the princess of West Island, the person who was destined to take over the whole West Island in the future. Even if he really had this idea, it was definitely not an easy thing. No matter how much Ning Shangling doted on Ning Xuefei, on this kind of thing, she had to consider the interests of the whole West Island first. There was no doubt that this was not the time for Ning Xuefei to pursue happiness. It was purely a marriage alliance. The person who could become the husband of the princess of West Island must either have the corresponding status or absolutely powerful strength. One must be one of the two. As for the current Lin Yi, in terms of strength, he was only at the peak of the early stage of Yuanying realm, and in terms of status, he was only the second senior brother of the inner core supervisor of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Although such conditions were beyond the reach of most ordinary cultivators, it was definitely extremely difficult to climb up the social ladder of the Princess of West Island with this. Even if it was not a fool's talk, it was definitely extremely difficult. Suddenly, Lin Yi understood what Ning Shangling said to him just now. That could be regarded as an expectation, and it made Lin Yi take his current strength and status seriously. Lin Yi was shaking his head secretly, but Ning Shangling's next words made him and everyone present excited. If you want to be the husband of the Princess of West Island, you must have the most potential and strength. This is the biggest and only requirement. Chapter 4650. I think everyone here has heard that the most important trial in West Island is about to start. It's a rare opportunity, so I plan to let the winner of this trial become my daughter's future husband. Ning Shangling's unhurried words were like a clap of thunder in the air, stunning everyone present. Their eyes lit up, and no one spoke for a long time. Trial in West Island? What the hell is that? Lin Yi was stunned, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Everyone else here knew something about West Island, but he had never even heard of it. Although he had been with Ning Xuefei and the others a few days ago, everyone had been focusing on the automatic casting mechanism, and they had never mentioned it at all. Now in retrospect, Ning Xuefei might have deliberately not said these things. In front of Lin Yi and the others, she always acted carefree, and her acting was really good, so Lin Yi and the others didn't notice the heaviness in her heart. Looking at everyone's extremely expectant expression, Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders in confusion. Could it be that this trial in West Island was so famous that even these outsiders who were not locals of West Island were so excited? In the past, when he was in the secular world, Lin Yi was no stranger to trials at all. He would participate in this trial from time to time, but since he arrived at Heaven Stage Island, he rarely participated in trials. Except for the newcomer's trial in the beginning, he hadn't participated in any more trials in the past year. He didn't expect that it would suddenly appear again, and in such an unexpected way. Brother Lin Yi, the trial in West Island, which is held once every 3 years, is very famous in the whole 5 islands of Heaven Stage. Han Jingjing, who was next to him, saw that Lin Yi was confused, so she immediately whispered in his ear and explained. "Is there anything special about it?" Lin Yi asked curiously. It wasn't strange for it to be a trial, but if it was a well-known trial on the 5 islands of Heaven Stage, then it would be a little interesting, not to mention that this time it was related to Ning Xuefei's marriage. I don't know what's so special about it. Han Jingjing stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. In the past 2 years in West Island, she had never left the island master's palace. To be precise, she rarely left the research room. She didn't know much about the outside world, and she never participated in any trial. Moreover, she had never had the chance to experience this triennial trial before. It was her first time, and she had only heard a few words about it from Ning Xuefei. I know that. Shanghai Laner, who was at the side, knew much more than Han Jingjing. She came over and explained, Grandpa once talked about this trial on the West Island. He called it one of the most valuable trials on the 5 heaven-rank islands. It's very rare. Oh. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Shanghai Tianhua's knowledge and vision were definitely at the top of the Heaven Stage Island. Even he attached so much importance to the West Island trial, so it must be unique. There's nothing special about the rules of the trial itself. The rarest thing about the West Island trial is its trial site. Shanghai Laner tilted her head and recalled for a while. Then she continued to say to the two, it's said that there's an adventurous sea area near West Island, which is the remains of a battlefield left in ancient times. Because it's surrounded by sea fog and prohibitions, it's impossible to get in or even find it. It can only be opened once every 3 years by a specific opportunity. An ancient battlefield? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He felt an ancient and tragic aura coming to him, which made him tremble unconsciously. At the same time, he couldn't help but be eager to have a try. It was said that in ancient times, geniuses and powerhouses came forth in large numbers. So, this battlefield remains where countless ancient heroes were buried must be very extraordinary. Well, I heard from my grandpa that it's a very dangerous place, but there are countless treasures of heaven and earth in it. If you're lucky, it's not impossible to get the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse. Basically, as long as the disciples can survive and complete the trial, they'll make great progress. That's why the West Island trial is so famous. In fact, we have a similar trial in the North Island, but the requirements are higher. Shanghai Laner said. I see. There's a chance to get the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse? It sounds like a great trial indeed. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. This ancient battlefield remains is a strategic existence for the whole West Island. In the past, every time it was opened, it was basically only open to the local core disciples of West Island. There were few opportunities for outsiders to participate. But according to Aunt Ning's words, I'm afraid it's a little different this time. Shanghai Laner said. Well, no wonder everyone is so excited. Lin Yi glanced around and saw everyone's excited expression. The ancient battlefield remains was such a key resource. Now, because of Ning Xuefei, Ning Shangling was going to open it to the public for the first time. She deserved to be the owner of an island. Other people set up an arena at most in the Kung Fu competition, but in Ning Shangling's hands, she set up an ancient battlefield remains. This kind of courage and generosity was really extraordinary. However, if she wanted to choose the most potential and the most powerful younger generation as she said, she really needed such an excellent battlefield. Otherwise, if it was just a simple arena, she could only see the current strength at most, but could not see the future potential at all. Of course, the person chosen in that way was not worthy of the dignified princess of West Island. Lin Yi's eyes finally fell on Ning Xuefei. This girl, who had always been simple and optimistic, now had a strange pale face. Since he met Ning Xuefei in the far North Island, this was the first time that Lin Yi saw such an expression on her face. Helpless, hesitant, delicate, and pitiful, it made people feel sorry for her. For Ning Xuefei, the so-called trial of West Island was undoubtedly a kung fu competition to find a spouse. Most girls would not be happy about this kind of thing. Ning Xuefei wanted to resist, but she had no choice. She was the princess of West Island, born with supreme status and power, but at the same time, she also had to pay the corresponding price. Marriage was just one of the most inconspicuous things, and this was no exception in West Island where women's rights prevailed. Lin Yi suddenly remembered that at the welcoming banquet a few days ago, facing the woman who suddenly broke in to frame him, Ning Xuefei had said those words in public without hesitation. At that time, he just felt a little strange, but now he thought that it might be a hint, or it should be said that it was simply a clear indication. Why didn't Lin Yi choose me? Chapter 4651. Lin Yi wasn't very sensitive when it came to relationships, but he'd come all this way from the common world, and he'd had so many women by his side. Even if he hadn't been enlightened, he'd have made some progress. Plus, he wasn't an idiot. When Lin Yi was looking at Ning Xuefei in a daze, Ning Xuefei happened to look at him too. Their eyes met and time suddenly stopped. Lin Yi had never had any improper thoughts about Ning Xuefei, but at this moment, their hearts were unconsciously drawn closer. Suddenly, Lin Yi had a feeling that his heart was pounding. Under Ning Xuefei's expectant gaze, Lin Yi took a deep breath. He was afraid that he had to find a way to interfere in the sudden trial of West Island. The trial of West Island will officially start in 2 days. If you are interested, you can sign up for it. I believe you won't be disappointed. After the announcement, Ning Xianxia raised her glass to the crowd, drank it up, and took Ning Xuefei to leave first. The whole place was silent. Since the host had left, it meant that the birthday party was over. But obviously, the crowd hadn't recovered from the surprise just now. They all stared at the back of the disappearing figure at the gate with burning eyes. It was already an unexpected gain to be able to participate in the trial of West Island this time. If they performed well in the trial, they would have a chance to become the husband of the princess of West Island. This was a chance to reach the sky in one step. After a long time, the people present finally left one after another and went back to their residences to prepare. Although not everyone would participate in this extremely rare trial of West Island, anyone with strength and ambition would never let go of this opportunity. Child Su, this is not right. Master Su, this isn't right. That pervert Lin Yi will definitely participate in this test. What if he's chosen as Ning Xuefei's husband? Wouldn't we be a complete failure? After returning to the room, Kong Mingming couldn't help but worry. If they failed the task, they would be severely punished, and he didn't want to be the scapegoat. Do I need you to tell me? How can I not know about this? Do you have any good ideas? Su Lingchong paced back and forth in the room in frustration. Ning Xianxlia's sudden announcement was a good opportunity for others, but it was a big trouble for the two of them. Wasn't it a natural opportunity for Lin Yi to get close to Ning Xuefei? No. Kong Mingming shook his head helplessly. A few days ago, he tried to ruin the relationship between Ning Xuefei and Lin Yi by taking advantage of the welcoming banquet, but he was exposed on the spot. Until now, he hadn't figured out how to further sow discord. He didn't expect that Lin Yi would have a chance to further his relationship with Ning Xuefei. What should they do? If not, then what the hell are you talking about? Su Lingchong waved his hand in annoyance. His face was filled with unease and anger. As the two of them were talking, a faint red shadow suddenly flashed in from the window. Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming were startled at the same time. Bloodbat messenger. Su Lingchong hurriedly removed the note from the back of the bloodbat. As expected, it was indeed the latest instructions from the mysterious person. However, after reading it, Su Lingchong's face was filled with astonishment and a strange expression. Child Su, what did the higher-ups say? Kong Mingming asked cautiously. The higher-ups already know that Ning Xianxlia is going to choose a husband for her daughter through the West Island trial test. They asked us to try our best to prevent Lin Yi from succeeding, even if we have to ruin the trial by hook or by crook. But Su Lingchong suddenly paused. But what? Kong Mingming hurriedly asked. The higher-ups mean that in this West Island trial test, we'd better stand out and take the opportunity to get close to the princess of West Island. When saying this, Su Lingchong couldn't help but look a little strange. Oh, Child Su, why don't you try it yourself? Kong Mingming took the opportunity to suggest. Fuck off. Don't you know what I'm like? Su Lingchong suddenly became angry out of shame. His eyes were about to spit fire to kill people. If it were in the past, he would absolutely be happy to do this. But in this situation, there was no way to try it. Kong Mingming suddenly shrank his head. The matter of Su Lingchong being killed wasn't a secret to them. In fact, those who were familiar with Su Lingchong knew that not only was this fellow physiologically incomplete, even his mind had long since been warped. Otherwise, how could he be a couple with Meng Tong? Well, why don't I do it? Kong Ming Ming hesitated for a moment and said, he had wanted to say this from the beginning. He had always been looking forward to using Ning Xuefei, the princess of West Island, to rise to the top in a single bound. He had done this in the secular world before. This guy was a petty scoundrel who liked to get close to women. The princess of West Island had such a noble identity. Once he became her husband, he would be a big shot standing at the top of West Island in the future. If he was clever, it was not impossible for him to replace the princess and become the real owner of West Island. At that time, he would not need to be a minion of the center, and he would not need to obey Su Lingchong. What was more, Ning Xuefei was not just a princess of West Island. She herself was a super beauty. Such a stunner would make any man drool, except for Su Lingchong, who was a pervert with a physical defect and a twisted mind. However, even if Kong Ming Ming coveted Ning Xuefei, he did not dare to have any extravagant thoughts. After all, with his strength and status, the gap between him and the princess of West Island was too big. Even a toad wanting to eat a swan's meat was not the way to do it. If it was set out, he would be laughed to death. But now it was different. Kong Ming Ming did not have much power, but if he had the support of the huge and mysterious organization, the center, behind him, it would be possible, right? The longer he joined the center, the more he knew about the power of this mysterious organization, and the more shocked he was. If he could get the full support of the top this time, Kong Ming Ming believed that he definitely had a chance to succeed, and the chance was not small. You. Hearing this, Su Lingchong looked him up and down, and there was obviously some distrust on his face. He almost wrote the words, overconfident, on his face. I just have such a suggestion. Kong Ming Ming could not help but feel anxious. If the other party knew that he only wanted to take the opportunity to get promoted, he would suffer a lot. Well, there is no other candidate except you. Su Lingchong thought for a while and nodded. Although he felt that this guy was not worthy of Ning Xuefei, the problem was that he could not do it himself. Who else could it be except Kong Ming Ming? Thank you, Child Su. Kong Ming Ming was overjoyed. This time he did not come to West Island in vain, and there was a chance to turn things around.